Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, yeah, I am on. Good to see you all. Appreciate you guys all being here. I think people are tired of my fundraising. There's only 8 people here, but I appreciate you guys for being here. Son of a Rabbit, Crypto Crag, Chuck Danger, Black Hat Team, Integra Guy, Steven Cicero, and Cook 4015. Maybe just because I'm on early tonight. Could be. Yeah, diehards, absolutely. So I appreciate you guys all being here. Yeah, and it is Mom's Day. I should basically say that as well. It's probably more about that than anything else. Let me finish this. I'm doing a tweet basically stating this is the last night. Help me finish strong with my fundraiser. Fundraising for at NOCC. I have to type the whole thing out for it to show up. He is actually doing just fine. As he put it, quite literally, the salad saved his, or the lettuce saved his ass. So yeah, that's literally what he said. So, fundraising for NOCC National. Looking for another 1K to get to a total of 6K. There we go. Post. Okay. All right. Sorry. Meant to do that before I started the stream, but I did not. Was not able to do that. And of course, Sunflower Mama's at my right-hand side, but I have a feeling she will not be here the whole stream. It will be past her bedtime. Let's see. Anybody? Jakey Weiler. Good to see you. Ahoy. Ahoy, matey. Travelers Travels is here. Good to see you. Working but lurking. I like it. I like it. I was a poet and didn't even know it. All right. Well, I don't really have too much of a plan tonight. We'll kind of just riff, I guess. Obviously the markets will be a subject. Let me get back to my markets and change it over to there. See, maybe it'll be 3 nights in a row when I stream, it'll actually pump again. A lot of times on Sunday nights, it does start to pump because part of the world is actually starting to trade. So sometimes it does happen. Let's see where we're at though. So Bitcoin, hey, it is positive again for today. I haven't seen that in quite a while. And Ethereum is well, I guess positive in the last hour for them. They're almost even today at 25.41. Jackson Digital donating $5. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Getting it off to a start. Appreciate that. How long is the stream today? I'll probably take it all the way until midnight because that is when the fundraiser ends. So gonna try to go all the way to midnight. I mean, I work second shift, so I can sleep in tomorrow. So it's not a big deal. Only thing is that, you know, I've been trying to do more content and I have a lot of content I really, really want to do. You know, the X card, I've already fulfilled, like, by just doing the little bit that I did for Elipal, but I will be doing a dedicated video for that. So I definitely want to do that. I definitely want to do something about all the changes I made, a dedicated video on that. Crewman had a great idea, which was something to the effect of, I have 15 4090s. What am I doing with them? And basically just talking about that in a video. And I was like, that's actually a good idea, because that'd be something I would click on. Somebody else has 15 4090. What are they doing with theirs? And they are doing really well, actually. So if we look here, I got to drag this up. So if we look at 4090s right now on Vast, at least last time I checked, the demand is climbing over the last week. You know, if you look at where the dip was here, you had 2862 basically rented on the verified ones, and now you have over 4,000. That's a huge increase. Well, yeah, now I'm able to rent them out for more. So I have basically 14 out of the 15 rented. I did have the 15th rented for a period of time, but I'll be over $100 in the last 24 hours. So yeah, very, very happy about that. Let me bring this one up to, oh, hold on a second. I'm getting 28 cents an hour. So nothing earth shattering or anything for the 4090s, but that's better than I have been getting. And my strategy in it is to get consistently rented. Do not have any idle time. That's how I feel like I've made the most. But to each his own. Some people will say I'm charging enough, but these things have well paid themselves off, so it's all gravy at this point. All right, sorry, I had to change this. Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. Okay, that's fine. I can bring that up there. Oh, wait a minute. No, not yet. Sorry. I gotta change that view first. Yeah, so right now I've got 4. Let me just put that right there. Okay, so right now I've got 4 rented, but 14 4090s right here. So yeah, if you add it up, I'm doing well. So this one is 3090 and the 5090. So I did have some intermittent jobs rented on my 3060s, but you know, I make almost nothing on those with where I have them priced at. I make like 2 cents an hour, something like that. So it ain't much, but I've actually thought about just shutting them down. But I definitely won't be doing that now that they're all verified. I will be looking to see how I can transition those verified rigs into something else. I was just going to say my allergies are doing so much better, but now I got an itchy nose trying to hold off a sneeze. Chum changes here. What the heck? I thought you were relaxing, man. Be burn free. Yeah, somebody asked and I said, lettuce literally saved your ass. So glad you could check in with everybody so they knew that I wasn't just saying it, that it was in fact a fact that you're doing good. So were you able to at least get enough sleep last night? I mean, what time were you able to finally get to sleep? You know, what time did the belly pain finally end? That's what I'm curious about. I didn't ask that on Discord. Like 230. Okay, well, that's not too bad. So, anyway, appreciate you being here. Actually, I gotta make sure I keep this open in case anybody shows up. I do have Video Ninja in case any other people that I invited show up. So I'm not monitoring. Although I could bring Discord down here. I could bring Discord down here so that I can see if anybody responds. Oh, one thing I did want to say. So last week I had the giveaway, the 3060 Ti giveaway for the 10,000 subscribers, and Shay was the winner. And I didn't get a chance to basically reach out until, what day was that? On Thursday, because I had the day off. And I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't heard from him. I figured he would have watched, but he hadn't watched. So I told him to watch, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So then I responded today, hey, did you see that you won the drawing? And then we'll have a conversation from there. And Retro Mike, I don't think is here yet. Oh, dude, those craps? Cramps. Oh, okay. We're bad at the end until like 1:30. I'm sure. I am sure. Appreciate you suffering for the cause, like Sunflower Mama said. Appreciate it. Very, very much. So anyway, so I'll get that figured out. I haven't seen Retro Mike here yet, but I will probably link him up, because it sounds like Retro Mike wants the 3060 Ti, so he can pay whatever they negotiate. Like he can pay the amount to Shay, and then I can then send it off to Retro Mike. I think that's what Retro Mike was trying to work out. So we'll see. We'll see. Automatic Beats is here and Rude Puts is here. It is now a party. Appreciate you guys all being here. So that's kind of a few things I had on my mind. Anything you guys got on your mind? But anyway, like I said, I only have 4 rigs rented right now. I had raised all of the amounts. I'm going to wait until the end of the day tomorrow before I change any of the rates again. And the other thing I did, since I know I'm not going to be making any changes downstairs, I have the jobs out, like they have a 3-month time frame. And one of the changes that they made in the settings is you can now keep a constant duration. So I just have a constant duration of 3 months. So if for some reason I'm like, wait a minute, no. I know I'm going to need to do something on this eventually. I'll take off the constant duration and then let it whittle its way down. But people like longer duration rigs so that they have the option, so that they don't have to be changing, or they might have that long of a job. But yeah, that's what's going on with Vast. Like I said, just absolutely shocked. I only have 3 unverified rigs, and I really am hoping these 23090s get verified. I think I missed out on the last time because my rigs were off. It was right about the time when I had to turn off. Because if you look right here, 5/8, which was Thursday at 22:30. So I had already unlisted anything that wasn't rented, and those 2 were not rented. So those were already unlisted at that time. So I missed this timing of when they might have gotten verified. But you can see there's other ones. There's one here that's a verification spike. This was definitely a verification spike. So hopefully next go around, because they don't do it, you can see that there wasn't a verification for a while, it looks like. And then they did one at the beginning of the month, and they did one just a few days ago. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully they do. Because you can see how much more the verified 3090s are rented than the unverified. Not to mention the price. So, yeah. Alrighty. Let me go back to the prices, since I had not gotten all the way through the list yet. Solana's back up to 174. I think that it dropped below. Well, yeah, I guess earlier today I think it was lower. So everything seems to be coming back up a bit. Dogecoin down 4.3% today. I mean, I think, like, if we look at the timing, let's just take Dogecoin for example. We just look at the 24-hour timing. I mean, yeah, it's down because it had gone up a bunch. So let's take this out to 7 days, and then we can see that spike. So yeah, I mean, there was this sudden spike. So we're talking about everything being measured right now that's down for the day is being measured against this pump. Now we haven't quite gotten to the top of that pump as being 24 hours prior, but yeah, it's still doing pretty well. I mean, if you look at the rise, and it's come back up from its low earlier in the day. Like 11:30 earlier today, it was down at below 23, and now it's come up, and it is now at 23.48. So not bad. And especially if you look at the 7-day, everything pretty much looks good. Everything does. Cardano's doing pretty well, up over 81 cents now. Not bad. Love to see it back at $3 though. That would be awesome. Would love to see that. Let's see. SWE? Actually, SWE didn't seem to participate quite as much as some of the other smart contract platforms. I mean, if you look at Solana, well, I guess even Solana, if you look at 7 days, it didn't. So I think they must have had an earlier pump. That would be my guess. Let's see here. Looking for one of, look at that. Pi is still at, oh, you know what? I'm looking at everything. I didn't really want to look at everything. I want to look at my watch list. There we go. Man, because it was going to take forever to get some of the things I wanted to look at. So Kaspa almost at 12 cents. Oh, look at that. Recent pump. Very recent pump. Nice. Very nice. No complaints there. Polygon down 4% today, but up 11%. Not bad. Filecoin up almost 19% for the week, down a little bit. But all these are looking pretty strong. Pretty darn strong. Let's see, some of the other ones of note. Helium, no, it wasn't Helium, it was Hive Mapper, up 11% today. 3.16 cents. That is a mover today. That is definitely a mover. Flux up 3% today. It was above 35 cents for quite a while. So it's good to see that moving. And Demo's up almost 5% today, 8.4 cents. Yeah, I'm kind of like trying to figure out with Hive Mapper and Demo what I'm going to do. Yeah, I've got how is VTC doing? You mean Vertcoin? I don't have any VTC, but I can see how it's doing. Let me take a look. Let's go out a year. Wow. Check that out. Since March, it is up 42% over the year. We just look at the month, it's up 29% for the year. Nice. Well, I'll put that on my watch list. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to hit the star. I always do it all the time. Like, well, there's a star. No, that's not the star they're looking for. The star is right there. Now it's on the watch list. All right. Let me scroll down to the bottom of the watch list and see how things are. Good old Sunday swap. And Sunday swap is one of the things I got from the Cardano blockchain as an airdrop, and it's worth, I have 60. So 60 times less than a cent, you know, it's worth a lot. Raptorium up 30%. NOCC, with all the altcoins pumping, NOCC is still down 12%. That's just sad. Very sad. Zephyr up 9%. Nothing to write home about there. Research up 17%. That's good to see some life there. Nothing really much going on today, though. Because everything is taking a little bit of a breather, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of, you know... So, what got me was the White House put out an official press release saying that we're making progress. Really? That's not news. There's no news to it. You know, tell me when you have a definitive deal. Tell me when you're going to make a change as a result of the talks. So unless I'm missing something, and trust me, or not trust me, but tell me in the chat if there's been official like changes made. Have they lowered the tariffs officially? I don't think they have. So I think that's one reason why the markets are seeing through the BS at this point. And again, I'm not saying it's BS. It's BS that they put out this announcement on a Sunday when nothing changed. It was all about what might come. You know, like I said, tell me when you have an agreement and that these are the changes that are being made. The market will react to that. I think the market is starting to see through it. Yeah, the press conference is tomorrow for it, but put out the details today. Why not just put out the details? And if they haven't put out the details and they just have a press conference, it sounds like the press conference is going to be like, we're making a lot of progress. Because they've done those type of press conferences before. Don't do that. All they're trying to do at that point is influence the markets. And the markets are going to start seeing through this BS. Just eventually you're going to have an agreement and then come out with the news then. And the market will react and we'll all be happy when that comes out. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. That's the way I feel about it. I don't like this pre-announcement crap when it comes to businesses or politics, government, whatever you want to call it. It's all crap. That's one of the reasons why, you know, when companies give guidance and it's like, come on, you're sandbagging with the guidance. Everybody knows it. So everybody overestimates, but they always, you know, that's why they got to sandbag even more. So that to make sure that when they come out with their earnings, that it will exceed even the estimates. That's been a game that has been played for an extremely long time. And I think that is like the stupidest game. It just doesn't make sense. And everybody knows it. So I don't know. So it's not just politics. It's not just Trump. I'm saying in general, there's so many of these types of games out there that are played, and it's just dumb. It's just dumb. Just state what is actually going on and let the markets react based upon what is real, not upon this what might be. Anyway, Rud puts. I guess I said anyways a lot. That would be my guess since he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, Rude Puts, you're right. It's all over the world. And it makes me crazy. It makes me crazy. It's like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of an analogy where it's somebody trying to get credit for like something that hasn't come to fruition. I don't know, like a participation trophy type of thing. I don't know. Retro Mike, how are you? So Shay has not watched the video yet. Well, he hasn't gotten back to me. I told him to watch the video and then told him today, hey, by the way, in case you didn't have a chance to watch the video, you won the drawing. And then when he responds to that, I will put him in touch with you. If you are still interested in that 3060, I think you're a 3060 Ti. So anyway, duck hunt all day. Let's see. The only games I play are Nintendo until they brick my console. Interesting. Are we doing a drinking game? So Dakota Miner, one of the drinking games, although Gaming with Smokey Dan isn't here, so Rud Puts is helping us out. That anytime I say the word anyway, that people are supposed to drink, because evidently I say it a lot. It's one of my, sometimes I use it as a filler word, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm actually using it the way that it is meant to be. It's like, as Money Python would say, you have a much longer filler word. And now for something completely different. So that's kind of my transition into when I'm ending a topic and I'm starting a new topic. That's generally how I use that phrase. He'd be drunk, way drunk by now. I will be buried with my Polymega. I'm guessing that was a gaming console of some sort. Fit, just get the Polymega. Interesting. Oh, F it. Got it. Sorry. So the reason when I saw you say Fit, I was thinking like, okay, is this something regarding a Wii Fit, since we're talking about gaming consoles in the chat? But no. All right, I'm going to scan up on the chat, see if I missed anything. I went ahead and swapped 1600 CAS into one Sol, since CAS has been up and down, got me worried. Yeah, I've been kind of debating on some of the altcoins of going into more established coins, but I don't know. I feel like I'm fairly well diversified. I don't have that much money in CAS right now, so I feel like it's pretty good. I've only got a few coins that I'd probably say, like, a lot of my smaller altcoins, except for Flux. Flux is probably too much of my portfolio at this point, but I'm waiting for it to get at least over $1 at this point before I think about what I might do. Because I think that could definitely happen. I feel like it's on the cusp. Like, it's right there with all the cool shit they're doing right now. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I know Jeff Key, if you guys are interested, Jeff Key went over it a bit in on the Thursday stream. He was my first guest on that day. Looking to see. Okay, just want to make sure I caught all the tags. Oh, I did miss a tag. Crypto Craig says, looking up the A5000 non-ADA, I am thinking about putting a few 8X rigs together. Not for sure if they are worth it at this point. See, there's a couple things. When it comes to buying hardware, I've always been of the mindset of buying a GPU that is easy to resell into something else, like gaming, of course. So my 4090s, I could easily resell to gamers, no problem. Same thing with the 5090 or any of the GPUs I have. So I've toyed with the fact of getting an A5000, or getting A5000s or some other like thin card to be able to fit more into what I have. But let's take a look at the A5000 now that I have babbled on about that. I also want to see, I'm pretty sure they haven't added in the Pro 6000 yet, but I want to see. Because they have the 6000 ADA. Yeah, the 6000 ADA, but that's not the same one. That's the 6000 from the series before, not the Blackwell. So we look at the A5000. It's 24 gig of RAM. So the problem is that there just isn't enough. And then you look at this is the verified price of an A5000. You're looking 10 to 15 cents, you know, in that low end. And that's for verified. And there's still quite a few that aren't verified, which is interesting. So if you look at unverified, yeah, for 24 gigabytes of RAM. That's like the same range as a 3090. And so 3090 is not making a lot right now. I know on Salad, 3090s are, well, and I should say in the recent history, 3090s didn't have a lot of demand. Let's take a look at Salad. Let me see. Where did I put Salad? Do I still have it up here? I do. Let's take a look to see what the demand is. Whoop. That's what I want. Salad network monitor. So the 3060 Ti is up there again. I'll have to look. I don't think... What I really should look at is to see if I need to restart it. But anyway, so 4090 is doing really well. Although doing much less than what I'm doing on Vast as far as averages go. Interesting, 3070s are actually in the moderate category. But if you look at what is in low, and this has been pretty much most of the time, has been 3090s. 3090s did move up into the moderate category briefly. And 5090s making almost nothing on Salad. Nothing. So, yeah. So again, going back to the A5000, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. If I was going to look for anything, I would look for the RTX, like something that wasn't a gaming GPU. I'd be looking for the RTX Pro 6000. Now, very pricey, very pricey. It is 3 times the memory, and it's 3 times the price. So, but again, where are you going to sell that to? So anyway, right now I would say if I was going to buy another GPU, it'd be the 5090. They're eventually going to get there on it. It has 32 gigabytes of RAM, so it has more RAM than a 4090. Yeah. Right now, what I'd like to eventually do is fill the Octo server with 5090s. It has the power supplies to handle it. And yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. But that's a ways out. That is a ways out. I really feel like NVIDIA needs to fix their drivers. They seem to have been concentrating on the Windows driver more than the Linux driver at this point. All right, let's go back to here. See if I missed any other chats. I'm scrolling up to make sure. Yeah, so Crypto Craig said how much you're getting per card. 28 cents is what I'm currently getting. So getting better. And I answered that question. All right. Let me scroll down. Make sure I didn't miss any other tags. The only good thing is I have 24 of them laying around. Okay, well, yeah, if you've got them, I don't know how much power do they pull? What? Just kidding. Yeah, she's tired. She was doing a lot of yard work today because that's her, what do you call it? Her happy place. So we actually went out to Lowe's today and we were looking for pond pumps and we couldn't find any. And we were just about to leave. We're like, well, let's ask one more person. We asked the one more person, like, well, did you check the clearance rack? He's like, I'm pretty sure that's where they put them. They had all of their pumps on sale for 50% off. So yeah, we bought 3 of them when we were only looking to buy 2. So what normally we would have bought for 1, we got 2 more pumps. They were smaller pumps. We got 2 more pumps for what we would have paid for that 1 pump. So yeah, we were pretty happy. Pretty happy. Leaving out of Lowe's today. So yeah, that's what we did today. And then we actually went out to dinner. Oh, we actually returned something to Amazon. We go to the Amazon Fresh store and drop it off there. And then we went out to dinner at a local brewery in town. and had a nice dinner. Sat out on the patio. It was a beautiful day. So yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. And then we came back and started getting ready for the stream. What was that?
Emptied the scuzzy water out of the pond.
Yes, and Sunflower Mama emptied the scuzzy water out of the pond. So, and I have no idea when she's going to get a chance to do that. She's working tomorrow, and then she has a wake to go to. She had a friend from college pass away. She still doesn't know, like, how she, what she died of. But she was at her son's, like, graduation, college graduation, and then the next day she passed away. So, yeah, it's sad. Definitely sad. And this is somebody that supported my wife, was constantly checking in with her when she was going through chemo. So really special person. Yeah. So anyway, 230 watt-ish for the A5000. That's, yeah, I mean, if you're able to, I mean, it's certainly less than a 3090. So if you can get about the same money as you can get for a 3090 per hour. So if you could get them verified and make like 12 cents an hour, that wouldn't be bad. That would not be bad. I mean, especially if you have that many of them. All right, so let's do some math here. 230 watts. How many did you say you had? You have 24 of them. Well, let's just do one. So, and then we can multiply it out. So 230 watts. Let's just do 14 cents times 0.14. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me think. Gotta think. I'm not in a math kind of mood right now, but let me think about this. So yeah, 230 watts. So it's 0.23 times 0.14. So 3 cents an hour times 24. Oh, we don't even need to do that. Hold on a second. Divided by 24. Let's do everything for the hour. So basically it's about 3.2 cents. Let's just even say you're making 10 cents. So it's only 7 cents. So 7 cents an hour is your net. 0.07 times 24, which is how many GPUs you have, times 24. $40 a day. Not bad. And that's net. That's about what I'm grossing right now on my 6 4090s Octo server with 6. Now obviously I know that that's considerably, I mean, there are certain GPUs that, yes, you have them sitting around. That's why I had my 3060s running. I had them sitting around and I could be profitable with them on Vast, as well as farm some verification of IDs, hopefully, which worked out really, really well. So that when I go to expand with cards that will be more profitable, I'll have those verified machine IDs that I can just transition over onto those rigs. That is the thought. So far, going according to plan, it's tempting to maybe move them over to the 3090s, but now I'm gonna hold off and hope that the 3090s get verified, and then go from there. But we'll see. But yeah, there's a number of things I'm thinking about doing. Like if I get another 5090, I will double up one of my 3090 rigs, put another power supply on it, and run both of them through the on a T7810, because I can get PCIe 3 by 16 and be able to do it through a regular ribbon cable and not have any issues. And that works. Most of the time, it doesn't affect your dperf score that much. It affects it a little bit, but not too bad. So yeah, I don't know. I was kicking myself because on Friday, I could have just been sitting there watching that the 5090 FEs actually started started getting released on Best Buy, but I wasn't. I was too busy playing games, just relaxing. And I was like, dude, you had a chance. You had probably a pretty good chance because it came up a number of times. So I was definitely kicking myself there. I would have loved to have gotten a 5090 Founders Edition. That would have been awesome. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about. Geek of all trades is here. It's a fucking goat. Good to see you, sir. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about. Put them all on Vertcoin. Oh my gosh, I did not see that. I am pulling them from Dynex. Got it. NVIDIA optimization for X21 algo. Just saying. Probably 3x, 8x rigs if I did it. How much was raised? So far we're at 5K. Actually, I think you were the one that made the donation earlier tonight. With your donation, it's $5,005 so far. So not anything tonight yet I mean, shouldn't say that. You made your $5 donation, but haven't gotten that ball rolling tonight. And that's okay if it doesn't. I mean, 5,000 is great. It's 5,000 more than the charity had before. But if anybody wants to donate, it would be great. That'd be great. Office space. Vinny Del Greco, good to see you, sir. Let's see. Let's see. BTC through 105. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now I got to go back up and check that out. That is awesome. Is it really? Oh, well, it says 104,999.77 on my screen, but I'm sure it must have hit 105. That's awesome. Let me just double check it. I'm double checking your work. I want to believe you, but trust but verify. Yep. 105,007 is what it hit at its height. Nice. Nice. Gotta love it. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, it's come back down. It's bounced off. It's at this point, it's going to hit some resistance levels. In fact, let's take a look at that real quick. Where do we feel like the resistance levels are? Obviously, one day you're not going to see anything. Let's go to 1 month. Let's go to 1 year. Let's go beyond 1 year because all's kind of a little ridiculous, but let me see if I can. Nope, that's not it. Can I select a range? I really want to select this range. I guess I went to trading view, but I don't feel like going to trading view. Let me go back to the 1 year. But I mean, basically you have these two peaks, but let's see. This is when it hit 106, according to this. And that, I thought somebody had said that it hit 109, but I'm not seeing on here where it hit 109. I'm seeing like 106, but we're getting there. We're getting there. But you can see there's a number of, that's at 103. Yeah, maybe not. Is there a point? Yeah, there we go. 104,713 is a resistance point, I would think. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. Can we blast through the all-time high? That would be cool. Will it happen before midnight tonight? I do find it interesting that I was kind of worried because crypto had been down. And, you know, obviously that's the majority of my community is involved in crypto. And yeah, I was worried about it initially since we had a downturn when I started planning this out. And then lo and behold, it goes up right before I start streaming. So that's good. Yeah, we reviewed that earlier. CAS almost to 12 cents. Yep. Gotta love it. Yeah, I'm sitting here going, what? Should I sell? Again, if we look at, here, let me go back to the Fear and Greed Index. Come on. Oh, I gotta go out to, no, not portfolio. Go there. And this shows the Fear and Greed. So we're at 73. We're not at extreme greed yet, but we are at greed. And I think once we get to extreme greed, that's when I'm going to start really thinking about selling and then figuring out what my re-entry point will be, assuming that it has the ability to get down to that level. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But remember, the idea is you sell when everybody else is fearful, and you buy when everybody else is fearful, and you sell when everybody else is greedy. And right now, Fear and Greed Index says people are being greedy. So, yeah. I like to know, I'm glad that more people I'm hearing like on streams, like I sold this, I sold this. I think that's great. I really do. So, give me a Smoky Dan. Sorry, I'm late. What I missed? Can you start over? Thanks, Max Voltage. Also, good evening. And a drink. No, I cannot start over. And just go back and watch the beginning after we're done. You know, around midnight when I'm done. Just go back and watch the first 45 minutes. That'll work. Gigabyte Trade says 1 gigabyte internal network is killing me. Oh, speed. I need a sponsor to upgrade the whole shebang to 10 gigabyte Ethernet. Ugh. You know, it's interesting you mentioned that. Internally, I can have 10 gigabytes. The problem is I don't have that many ports. Like on my switch downstairs, I have 4 SFP plus ports, but I don't have the modules. I do have 10 gigabytes on my Octo server, and I do have 2.5 gig on this machine and that machine, but I only have one available 10 gigabyte. So this is what I found really interesting when we start looking at Ubiquity. I know that you love Ubiquity, Goat. And we'll do the same thing for TP-Link. But if we look at Ubiquity, sorry, let's go to the store. It's always easier to look on the store when we're looking for something specific. So if we look at, not gateways. I mean, you also need it in the gateway, but that's not my problem. I would need switches that had 2.5 or 10 gig. But yeah, putting it in all the machines is what costs some money. Sorry, switching. That's what I was looking for. And then I look at the utility ones, the small ones. So let's do speed, 10 gigabit and 10 gigabit. Oh, I guess that's if you wanted both. That's not what I wanted. Just 10 gigabit. So, I mean, $299. Now, this is layer 2 switch, not a layer 3 switch. But if you don't have a big network, shouldn't really make that big of a difference. You're not really having that much more overhead. Oh, I shouldn't say. You're having overhead for VLAN traffic if you need to keep going back to the router. But it shouldn't be anything that can't be handled within a home lab or home network. But you got that one. And then if you went to 10 gig SFP plus, now this one has only one SFP plus port. You have one in, one out. And then the rest of them are 2.5 gig. So 2.5 gig would actually not be too hard, actually. That's a layer 3 switch. That's the Enterprise 8. But you could do the Flex 2.5 gig PoE. And depending on what you were looking to transfer, well, I guess do you have a all NVMe NAS or all SSD NAS? All right, let me go up and see. Yeah, I have a 10 gigabyte RJ45 switch, but it's only 8 ports, LOL. And it's currently dedicated to a super secret AI project. Video coming soon. Subscribe to see it. 100% shameless plug. Yeah, I should just like ban you for that. For shameless plugging your own channel in my live stream. I'm interested to hear about it. I think that's gonna be cool. Unify getting better on pricing. Yes, I will give him that, but I'm already invested in TP-Link. They got me hooked. No, and I hear you. I would have gone TP-Link 100% just because it's not what everybody else was doing. And the one thing that had me really seriously thinking about selling all my Ubiquiti hardware and doing the difficult thing of having to sell that and then buying all TP-Link was because Ubiquiti was formed by a bunch of Apple engineers, and it's known as like the Apple of prosumer networking. And that just, I don't like Apple. So yeah, that made me think. But anyway, and certainly midway through last year, when there were serious problems with their interface to gateways and things that where the internet would have some packet data loss and it couldn't recover from it. So it was 2 months I was dealing with that crap. And then finally they gave me, hey, we've got a beta release of this. Try this out, see if it fixes it. And it did, but there was a problem for quite a while. Anyway, TP-Link, yes, is a good solution as well. Let's see. I bet Goat has a self-hosted copy of Copilot running on his network. Probably. They have an Omada Pro now. I haven't looked into it, but anything Pro I want. Use it with redundant WAN as well. I don't even know if he has the ability to have a redundant WAN. I don't think he has another option. Aren't many places in the Chicago area that have that many options. I mean, if you have fiber, everybody's got coax, but if you don't have fiber access, you really probably aren't going to have any other choices, unfortunately. Yes, I have the F8 SSD NAS. It is in the AI data center at the moment. He got that Pirate Bay hookup, Retro Mike. Let's see, distributed DeepSeek. I've said too much. Nice. So, you know, it's interesting because I have debated on that of like taking some of my hardware and actually starting to do content on it. But now it's making money. So now I don't want to do that. But I've definitely thought about taking the 6 GPU Octo server and actually turning that into an LLM machine and just running, you know, whether it be, you know, any of the LLMs, whether it be DeepSeek or anything. Just more than anything to learn. I must have said the magic word. Gave me a Smoky Dan, keeping me honest. Oh, I said it twice? Wow. Okay, then. Going back, you know, one of the videos that I'm going to be doing is actually talking about why I chose Ubiquiti, because one of the more recent videos that I did in the last year is one of my most watched videos still. And so I figured I would go in and talk about why I chose what I did. And now, if I was going to do it all over again, what would I choose with the same set of requirements, and go from there. So I think it's kind of interesting because I don't think my setup is that unusual. And pieces and parts can be, you know, easily switched out. Yeah. All right, let's see. Did Bitcoin regain 105,000? No, it's dropped back down. It had a spike and came back down. Maybe by the end of the stream, it'll go back up again. Let's see. Solana's up to 175 though. Liking that. And let's see where Litecoin is. Oh, you know what? I keep doing that. Let me go back to my watch list. Then I get to the coins I want to really see. Dogecoin, no, below 24 cents again. Let's see. Litecoin, back up over 100. But it was at, I think, higher earlier. And Caspa, not quite getting over the 12 cents. Let's see, did it peak over 12 cents today? Nope. 11.9. Exactly 11.9 is what its high was today. Close, but no cigar. Yep. 11.89 cents. Still was the 7-day high. It's just they keep bumping up against that high. But, you know, we're still barely into the trading day. And who knows what's going to happen with the markets tomorrow. Game of Smoky Dan. I used to be a debater, but when I became... very funny. Got it. So, funny story with that. Bartlett, I am not going to not going to read the rest of that. Let's put it that way. But along that same terms, the local town's master swim team was the Gators. So again, it was a master swim team. So they were the Master Gators. Yeah. When I pointed that out to them, they were not very happy. Because nobody else had thought about it. But I thought it was freaking hilarious. So Geek of All Trades says 120K BTC by tomorrow 10 a.m. if we hit 10K in donations tonight. Come on, you degens. Oh, we're not going to hit 10K, but I would like to get to 6K. That would be nice. That would be nice. But here's the thing. Most of the people here have been in previous streams, and so if they were going to donate, they probably would have done it already. But let me see if anybody has donated on the web page, which was at 2361. Is it still at 2361? Yes, it is. It's still at 2361. So nobody has donated there. By the way, speaking of Caspa, one of the guys who donated, Evanation, he has a YouTube channel and he has a lot of Caspa content. So if you're a Caspa, if you want to learn things about Caspa, you want to hear somebody's opinion about Caspa, go check out his channel. All right, let's BTC needs a blue pill top up. Effects are wearing off. I guess so. Need ETC, ADA, and Sol to Moon. Yeah, I would like all those to Moon. ETC, I don't really care. I don't really hold much of that. But ADA and Sol, yeah, that'd be good. I would like that. I would like that very much. Geek of All Trades. I like the way you think. Vinny Del Greco. Connor Dian-Bramaga is going to meet President Bukele in El Salvador to talk about BTC. I don't know who Connor Dian-Bramaga is. Or Bramage. Dian-Bramage? Sounds like a cheese. I do not know who that is. Am I supposed to know who that is? Connor Dian-Bramage. Oh, got it. I think you spelled that wrong. Do you mean Dane Bramage? Connor Dane Bramage is going to go meet President Bukele in El Salvador. So this is the guy that's thinking about running for, Conor McGregor. Got it. Yeah, sorry. Not Dean. Dane. Dane Bramage. Oh, wow. Just those two letters being mixed up totally threw me off. Okay, I got to get some vids edited and hang out with the fam. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Well, thanks, Geek, for checking in. I appreciate it. Yeah, except you didn't do Dane Bramage, Vinny. You did Dean Bramage. So you messed me up. So yeah, have a good night. Have a great night, Goat. Again, appreciate you checking in. Let's see. What else can we talk about tonight? I gotta figure out this cola. Everything with the power being off, like that thing back there that I got from Crypto Frank, not this past Christmas, but the Christmas before that. Well, I don't know if it was on Christmas, but it was around that time. I need to change that. Let's see if I can get that changed. See if I remember what the hell this app is even called. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. God, I have so many apps on my phone, and I always have trouble finding things when there's, you don't use something for a while and it's got an unusual name, and I honestly cannot remember what the hell this thing's called. If I need to, I'm gonna look through this, and then I am going to look at the actual device and see if it'll ring any bells, or then I can do a Google search to find out what the app is that runs it. I just came across an app. I'm curious. Any of you use RPN calculators? What I find so interesting is I don't even know what the actual acronym is of RPN. But when I started first using one, I was in college. So it was back in the 80s. And it was referred to as reverse Polish notation. Game with Smoky Dan. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That is very funny. Let me know if anybody doesn't get that joke. I'm assuming you guys all got that. Anyway, I just happened to come across RPN calculator in my apps. Come on. Look, I went from the bottom up thinking that I always go from the top down, and it always seems to be like in the later ones that I can't remember because they're the ones I like rarely see. Just curious, anybody here use IFTTT? If this then that? Use that website to do any type of automation? I used to use it a little bit. I haven't really been using it much at all lately. Let's see here. May just be doing some deep dives on some things, kind of going through what I normally do on like a Saturday when I have a wild hair up my ass of some thought, and then I just kind of do a deep dive. Devoom. That's what it's called. I'm already logged on from another device. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Not at all. Okay, now the question is, how do I change it again to what I want? I don't care about new. How about what I was using? No. I think I'm getting warmer here. No. No. Oh, wait a minute. How do I not have this as a favorite or something on here? So annoying. Do not care about that. Comments. Yeah. That is not what I wanted. Oh, there's a search. That's how I found it. Oh, well, helps if I spell it right. I was like, why did that not come up with anything? Mistype. Let's see if this is it. Okay, that's not it. I'm getting warmer. I'm guessing it's one of the older ones on here. Seriously. Topic, yes. Oh, I don't know. Why does this have to be so difficult to find what I'm looking for? It was like a group. That was like a built-in group, and now I can't find it. Maybe because I didn't search the gallery? Let me try this. No, it brings up the same thing. Same thing. And none of these look like what I'm looking for. Unfortunately. Not even close. Yeah, and those are just that. That's fine. It's fine. Or maybe it didn't know what the device was. I don't know. Anyway, I'll play with that later. Let's figure. Yeah, I just got a couple things I got to fix up. All my nodes are back up and running, so that was actually relatively easy. Welcome to the club. Welcome to what club? Don't be a peasant, Run MuleSoft. Oh, Run MuleSoft. All right, let me go back up. Oh, and that's pretty much where I left off. Did I spell it wrong? Damn it. Actually, that is one of the things I'm looking to run. So yeah, that is actually, that's kind of like a replacement for IFTTT. It's funny you mentioned that because I know the data is available for what I'm looking for as far as real-time pricing for ComEd because I have the variable rate program. But I want the ability to, like, if it's negative overnight, I want to jack up my air conditioning. I want to basically bring it down to like 67 degrees because that way I'll have that cool built into the house as much as I can going into the next day. And we like sleeping when it's cold, so that will be good. So yeah, I would like to be able to do things like that automatically. But yeah, that is one of the things I'm going to be looking at. Don't be a peasant, run MuleSoft instead of N8N. Is that what you mean? Let's see. Good evening, Caw Valley Crypto. Gonna become a lemon tree farmer. Oh wait a minute. I'm gonna read this one before I actually say it. Go forth and make lemonade. Let's see. So scrolling back down. Man, you have just like, are you making songs out of all these things? I hope so. Incorrect spelling club. You have AC. Yes, I do have AC. You have a window. Not a window unit, but a window is what you're saying. Give me a Smoky Dan, like just give me an idea around where in the world you live. Obviously, if you lived in Alaska, I wouldn't think too many people there had AC. It was interesting. There was a place in North Dakota that had hit 100 degrees. 100 degrees today is what my wife told me. Where in North Dakota did it hit 100 degrees today? Or was it yesterday? Twin Cities breaks 125-year-old temperature record. Yeah, this is North Dakota to hit 100 degrees, highest temp this late in spring. Let's see. Hazen, North Dakota hits. Oh no, that's September 28th. I'm talking about today. Jeez. Past 24 hours. Near 100 in North Dakota. That is crazy. Let's see what the Twin Cities was at today. Yeah, it hit 100 degrees in northwest Minnesota. Twin Cities hit 90 degrees. St. Cloud hit 92 degrees. Baudette hit 97 degrees. Fargo, North Dakota hit 95. Grand Forks hit 99 degrees. That is crazy for the month of May. Absolutely crazy. Oh, N8N is a workflow automation tool. Like I said, I don't know anything about these. I was actually just doing looking through some possible projects, and that was one of the things that came up. So let's see. Retro Mike says I use N8N to auto switch mining when not rented on Clore and Vast, and also for all my automated trading bots and swapping node rewards. Interesting. So do you have the ability to use N8N to set like the script out changing like power so that when you're mining, you can actually have it like, I mean, Clore may be able to do that on its own. I know Vast can't. Kind of curious. I am not saying that's global warming. It might be. It might be. It's just noteworthy. That's all. One event does not make global warming. What does make global warming is when you see a general trend over, say, 10 years of higher temperatures. That is a trend, and that is what is it'd be nice if we could try to help prevent. So we aren't all living in 120 degree deserts worrying about where we can actually grow food. Saying, well, I'll be dead. It won't be my problem. It'll be my kid's problem, maybe. And probably people of the generation or two past my kids that would have to worry about it. But hey, at that point, you know, Elon Musk will have started to colonize Mars. And hell, we'll just move to a cooler planet. We'll just all move to Mars. I forget what it's called when you actually, you know, create oxygen in the atmosphere. You change the atmosphere. Yeah, we'll have that all figured out by then. We'll just all move to that planet. So N8N is an integration middleware. It leverages APIs. Yeah, I was aware of that. If there is an API like Hive or MMPOS, you can do it. I use MMPOS, power profiles. When rented, it resets the clocks. When mining sets the OC. Interesting. Very interesting. When the Earth is closer to the sun in the solar cycle, the planet gets warmer. When far away, the planet is cooler. It's science, baby. That is not... Now, that may be related to what is happening now. That's definitely possible, but that doesn't change the trends. It does not change the trends. Terraforming, that was the word I was looking for, Vinny. That was... N8N is a cool tool for the Cool Tool Toolbox. So it's cool just to be able to say that I'm using the tool. Is that what you're trying to say? But yeah, that just, I don't know. What I would like is I have a number of things that I look at. I look at Emporia. I look at my little what is that one called? Govee temperature gauges. For in the basement, I'd like to have all those things in like a central point where I could like, how is my environment in the basement right now? I would really love to be able to have all of that in a single spot. Be great if I could see like, what's my greatest GPU temperature on all my rigs? Things like that would be great. Right now I have to go into, like on my computer, I think I can show this. Like I'll go into NV Top. Yeah, this is fine. So like this is my 8 GPU rig. And so I'll look at all the temps. So right now this one's at 77, which is fine. Although that's one that I'm actually thinking probably needs to either get repasted, probably repasted. If it was at like it would be in the 80s. Even at 382, if it was anything like what happened with my Founders Edition. But yeah, I have to look at all of this, and then I've got them all the way across the top. So I got my Octo server here. In fact, I want to move that one down here. Yes, I have tabs for my rigs. Yes, I do. There's my 5090. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's not rented anymore. It was rented. That one, weirdly enough, looks like it disconnected. Interesting. Let me do F3. Yeah, that one, I don't know what that was. I'll have to go back and look. But whatever that was, it disconnected. Yeah, now I gotta go look. Did anything die? Oh, let me go back to the other. So no, the 5090 is still rented. So obviously it's kind of just an idle right now, but somebody's renting it consistently. So that's what will happen when sometimes on Vast is people will have it sitting there like on the sidelines reserved consistently for whenever they want to use it. So it is not always being rented, as we can see here. So there's no job running. It's 15 watts right now. I love that. Love that. And then this one is nothing going on that one. This one is actually, you can see that it's using a lot of the memory, but not using any of the GPU power. Not going to complain about that. Not at all. So anyway, just thought I'd show you that. That's nice. I don't have to, well, I don't have to worry about the power when it comes to the circuits now, because now I'm using two 30 amp circuits instead of one. But still, like on my Octo server, I did actually tune one of those down to 400 watts because it was getting a little hot. And I think it's the one that's right up against the wall. So the fans are like blowing directly into the wall of the case. But I did turn up the fans from 70% to 80% on the Octo server today, and it cooled the temperatures off quite a bit, like about 5 degrees. I was surprised at how much of a difference it made. It was really big. But yeah, this week's going to be a test. We get up into the 80s, almost up to 90 this week. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be a test to see how the heat extraction is in the basement. Fingers crossed. And seeing how cool we can keep it upstairs. All right, let me head back to the chat. Good night, Hashrico. Good to see you. Sorry, I don't think I saw you come in. So glad you were able to make it. All right, let me scroll back up because it looks like I missed a bunch. Yes, not petite forks, grand forks. Yeah, there's a difference. London, England, UK. Window is at the end of an alleyway and south facing. Put a 20-inch Black & Decker fan in the window, which stays open with a mesh cover to prevent bugs. Got it. So, yeah, I don't know. How hot does it get in the UK? 95 degrees and 30 plus winds here in South Dakota today. Yeah, that, I figure, you know, North Dakota, I figure South Dakota's got to be hot as well. Okay, yeah, I missed all those. I started reading the Retro Mic one here. Let's see. N8N also has SSH integration, so you can run commands at any systems on your network and do processing based on the output. Cool. You replaced Ansible with N8N because I'm cray. Yeah, I've heard Ansible's really powerful as well, but I've heard it more about for deployment. I know that that's what Mining King uses, or at least has used in the past for the nodes. I don't know what the changeover to the it's not Flux OS. They made it. I forget what it was called, but anyway, the new OS for running nodes. I have not made the change. I'm waiting for a little bit more testing. My nodes currently are running great. I don't have any problems with them. They upgrade. I don't need to pay any attention to them, although I do want to make sure that they don't run into any issues. But they've been doing great. So I will not upgrade until I have to, which is anybody who's moving to that software will be eligible for additional rewards. And that's when I will move, because I will not want to not be eligible for those rewards. DJ Mines is here. Good to see you, DJ. Appreciate you being here. Game of Smoking Net. It's better be rented as it needs to pay itself off. If ain't mined or rented, then it's e-waste and needs to put in the work. Daddy wants them greenbacks. Yes. I think you just wrote some more song lyrics there. I like it. Need the top on the Octo server. The problem is I can't. Because the front probably could. I don't want to push down on those cables. And the GPUs I have in there are tall. Now I could maybe put like a spacer in around the outside and then have it sit up a little bit. That's about the only way I'd be able to do it. And definitely the rear GPU, that sucker's going to have to be open. Which that's fine. Because I don't have a splitter that has like the floppy cables. So it comes out and I'm not going to torque that thing down. Definitely not going to do that. my room is like 40 to what? My room is 40 to 60 C. Had my server case have 2 card hit 72 earlier. Now got top off and are down to 69, which is nice. Got it. Your room can't be 40 to 60 Celsius. Arcane OS, thank you. I know it's yeah, I know your bedtime is 10 p.m. your time. So yeah, you missed the update earlier, Vinny. Yeah, he is doing just fine. He literally said to me that lettuce saved my ass. Literally. So yeah, hey, hit the like button, and hey, you know, while you're down there, hit the donate button. That would be cool. That'd be cool. You want to be part of the Cool Kid Club? Hit the donate button. And we're talking $2, $3, $5. It all adds up. All adds up. But thank you, Zarkov. I appreciate you mentioning that. Alrighty. Let's see. Anything change in the markets? We're back below 104. So, man, it's like, oh, now it's at 104. It's right at 104 right now. So it hit that 105 and bounced right off of it, went down. See if we can make another run at it. I have a feeling a bunch of people are like, I've seen this story before. Is this a fake out with this press conference on Monday morning? Kind of curious. Dakota Miner donating another $5. He is the only one that's donated today, and that's $10 for him today. Thank you, Dakota Miner. Appreciate it. I must have had a solid sell wall at 105K. Yeah, it must have. And again, it's funny because whenever I'm doing a sell, I will not do like significant, like every 5, like if it was 80, you know, depending. I mean, I'm just throwing numbers out there. If it was like 90 and I had to sell at 90, no, it'd be 89, 949 or something like that. Because going up to that, there's going to be a bounce off of any significant even number because people set sells in for that. Can't donate from my country in stream. Oh, you know what, Zarkov? So I forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. So I will put the link to the actual organization. It's actually my registration where I registered for Rock the Day. And you can donate here if unable to on YouTube. So thank you for that prompt. Check is in the mail. I did that on every other stream. I just forgot to do it on this one. So yeah. But yeah, now we're kind of hovering at 104 with Bitcoin, 2,500 with Ethereum. I mean, seriously, back when Ethereum was like 1,600 and Bitcoin was like 78, something like that. If you said like a month later, it was, you know, Ethereum was going to be at 2,500 and Bitcoin was going to be at 104, you'd probably be pretty happy. And here we are. We want more. We want more. Oh, it actually crashed all the way down to 103 and then came back up. Yeah. I'm sure people are like, oh, it got to 105, and then they started seeing selling. They started seeing it come back down, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, no. I'm going to try to capture those gains. John Germain, welcome. Pearl Halon, the point when Earth is furthest from the sun is summer in the northern hemisphere. The heat has to do with the tilt of the Earth in its precession rather than the distance. You are not wrong, John. You are definitely not wrong. I did not realize that the Earth was furthest from the sun during the summer. Interesting. I wasn't sure if there was some variance of the orbit or if it was regular variance of the orbit. Because I wondered if maybe some of the other planets, gravity will, depending on where they are in their orbit, if it affected our orbit and we affect their orbit. I wasn't sure, honestly. It's kind of fascinating how gravity can affect things. You think about it, but the scary thought is let's say there's an asteroid coming and it knocks a significant chunk off of the moon, changing its mass. Who knows what'll happen, and the force of it affecting the orbit. That would be fascinating to see what would happen. Would definitely be fascinating. Would not be good. So not only do we have to worry about things hitting Earth, we also have to make sure the moon hopefully doesn't get hit. That would be bad. Let's see. Our summer is winter time down under. So John Germain, you're on the southern hemisphere, huh? Yeah, I can't imagine what the Australian outback feels like in the summer. It's probably not very pleasant. Probably not very pleasant. I'm guessing, though. I really have no want to visit the Australian outback either. Actually, one trip I would like to make before I pass away would be a trip to Belgium. And again, with my wife, I would go. So she's Italian, I'm Belgian. And so going to Belgium and Italy. That would be what I would like to do. If we could swing it, actually go to like a couple of the Belgian classics, cycling races, and then maybe go see the Euro. That would be cool. Let's see. Let's see. Interesting. 3 hours ago, there's an announcement that says Trump to sign executive order he says will slash drug prices by up to 80%. Let's see what the executive order says. Oh, you guys hear that Qatar is donating a jet for Trump? Let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me look at this. Because I know what we said, but I wanted to see. Okay, that was weird. When was this? This was 3 hours ago. Okay. Let's see. China said it will release a joint statement with the U.S. on Monday regarding the agreement reached on Sunday. Okay, I'm a little bit more encouraged that China is actually saying that. The two sides agreed on establishing a consultation mechanism for trade and economic issues, identify the lead persons on each side, and will carry on further consultations relating to trade and economic issues of their respective concerns. He said that China's stance has been clear and consistent and that it does not want a trade war. China doesn't want to fight a trade war because trade wars produce no winners, but if the U.S. insists on forcing this war upon us, China will not be afraid of it and will fight to the end. Chinese officials called the meeting productive and said that an important first step was taken by the two sides to properly resolve their differences through equal-footed dialogue. So, if I'm reading into this, well, let me read the rest of it. Okay, Okay, so when asked by a reporter whether the potential deal would help the White House address the U.S. trade deficit, China deferred to Monday's joint statement. China is always pursuing win-win outcomes in its trade and economic negotiations. Therefore, any possible deal to be reached will definitely be in the development interest of China's own, trade negotiator Li Zhengang said. So it sounds like, I'm trying to remember the movie, where it's basically like they now have set up a like a trunk, a channel that they can now openly talk to one another to resolve things. So when US does something, China can, hey, what the hell's going on? And vice versa. I don't know, it'll be interesting. That's all I heard in that statement. As far as definitive, like that's going to be part of it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm very, very curious as to what is actually going to happen. And hey, if it's tomorrow morning, I'll be home because I won't be at work yet. So, yeah, what do you guys think about it? Zarkov, 23C and raining here. Yeah, we need some rain. We need some rain. Yeah, Arizona, Australia, same thing. 100 F here today, too. Really, wow. Yeah, humidity's always, it's never the heat, it's the humidity. That's what makes Florida just miserable during the summer. Just absolutely miserable. Oh, John Germain, you're in Tucson, Arizona. Got it. Sorry, I'm going back up. Haywood Jablome? Jablome? How do you pronounce that? Let me know. Orbits aren't the only cycle at play. The sun has its own cycles of activity that it goes through, and those affect us as well. That is true. That is true. All right. Let's see. Make ASIC pricing great again. Well, you know, with prices of crypto going up, ASIC prices are not going to be attractive because those are going to be going up. I mean, honestly, it really made me, I know I'm always down on ASICs, like, oh man, when you buy it here and it won't pay itself back. But I will tell you that I had an interesting conversation with your friend Andy back, not this past mining disrupt, but the mining disrupt before that. And one of his strategies was he was buying Bitcoin ASICs knowing that they would go up in price if the price of Bitcoin went up, so that he would mine Bitcoin going, so he'd have that and then sell the Bitcoin miner when prices were high. I'm like, that's truly a chess play. Absolute chess play. Of course, if it doesn't ever go back up, then the price of the Bitcoin miners goes down. So then you have that. But anyway, very interesting. All right, let me see. It's going to turn into a play out of Team America. We will be angry and we will write you a letter telling you how angry we are. I don't have any WMDs who blew up the Panama Canal. Okay. LOL, just read the teleprompter. Yeah. Pretty much. Did I say that? Did I really say that gaming was smoking? And I don't think I said that. I don't think I said that. All right, let's see. So we're at 104, 129. I'm going to do a refresh because occasionally this gets stuck. But it did in this case. It's at 104, 129. Come on, let's see if we can get to 105 before midnight. Got 3 more hours. 3 horas, I think. 3 horas. I don't think it's horas. It's just 3 horas. 3 hours. What? Oh, got it. Got it. I was pranked by someone. By someone. I'm sure somebody, whoever was doing that, has definitely clipped me by now. So will I be ordering any Octa servers for your new Power or Custom? I haven't decided yet. I have not decided. Plus, I got to be able to buy GPUs, and they're still very hard to get. So, yeah, it wasn't French. I got it. I got it. And I fell right into it. I just fell for it. Didn't even see it. Anyway, I won't say that name again. But like I said, somebody has a clip now. They're probably cracking up. 5090s are impossible, it seems, at retail. It's not impossible, but it's still very difficult. I feel like the interest is waning a bit because of the price increase. I mean, the one that I got was $3,000. It was the Zotac, like their high-end Zotac of the 5090. But that was because that was the only way I could get. And I wanted to get one. But obviously the Founders Editions, if they stay at $2,000, yeah, they're definitely going to be next to impossible to get. But that's why I'm so mad. I missed this one. They seem to come in about every 3 weeks. So I got to wait another 3 weeks, I think, in order to have another opportunity. Although what can happen is that they set up pickup times, and if people don't pick up their GPUs, they then go into like regular stock. So if you watch a couple of stores near you, you might see one like pop up. Or you could just go check out the store on those days and see, hey, do you have any ones where people didn't pick up? So yeah, Crypto Crack, I am not making any plans, at least throughout the summer. I want to see how it does in the basement with changing the airflow, and see if I'm able to expand. But I would like to. I definitely would like to. Yeah, 4090s came down in price, because that's the thing. 4090s are like $2,500 right now. At least they were. And I'm like, well, I can't really rationalize a 4090 if I can get a 5090 for just a little bit more than that. But again, getting the 5090 is the tough part as well. So it was interesting that I went through the math with Krutman the other night. And, you know, I said, okay, well, let's say you could buy, you know, this is what I bought them for. And they say I bought them all for $2,000, and it was like a 60. It ended up just being just over. It was 60 weeks basically. So it was just over 1 year. So basically about 1 year, 3 months as a break even. That's a good business if you can do that. That's a really good business. So that's why I keep doing what I'm doing. He's like, but wouldn't you rather have all that money in your pocket? He's like, well, you're not wrong. I mean, when Bitcoin went down to 70 something, if I had sold all my 4090s and then bought all Bitcoin and then rode it up to 105, sold all my Bitcoin and then bought more hardware, well, yeah, I mean, that would seem like, but that's so much about timing the market, and you know, hindsight's always 20/20. No luck so far for retail, huh? On the 5090. Like I said, I got really lucky where I went into the Discord. Hold on one second. But yeah, it's the unofficial Micro Center Discord. And then there's I live in Illinois, and so there's an Illinois general chat where they talk about Like, oh, well, we have this here. And then there's also a stock announcements for people that go. So like yesterday, there were 3 5090 gigabyte ICE and 3 Zotac OCs. So they had 6 5090s at this was at 5:36 last night. They had 5090s in the cabinet. Gaming Trio, 5X Zotac, 4X Pony. Yeah, I mean, again, they're pricey because they've gone up. And that's why I think people are reluctant to buy them. So you can get 5090s. It's just ridiculous. Let's look at the Micro Center website and see what they have them at right now. If we do... Yeah, it's fine because hopefully you just... Yeah, thank you. You take me to Westmont. I thought you'd remember. Yep, that's what I wanted. And I want graphics cards. Oh, interesting. So yeah, see, like they have a solid for $2,900. It's in stock. Let me make sure it's only the 5090s I'm looking at, because right now I'm looking at 5080s as well. I don't want to look at 5080s. I only want to look at 5090s. Oh, it's annoying. Okay, 32 gig. Oh, right now, okay, because it's only showing things in stock. So the PNY NVIDIA, $3,400, 7 in stock right now. This one has 1 in stock. The 5090 solid. That's actually not a horrible price. It was $2,700, now it's $2,900. So that seems to be, now if we look at the include out of stock, and see, this the problem is that this is going to show some of the older ones. But yeah, so like some of these may not even exist anymore when you start getting down the list. But you can see, I mean, they're pricey. 2,900 seems to be like this one. That one's done. That was a first run to say that they had one at that price. Yeah. Yeah. So you've got other ones that are down here. The Astral is not sold for $2,749. That was again a launch price. So some of them are a little ridiculous, but like I said, the $2,899, the one that's currently in stock. Here, let me get back out of that. It's not bad. It really isn't. But do I really want to buy another one? The biggest thing with Micro Center is that they only have the 6 months financing on it. And then you forego the 5%. I'd rather take the 5% discount. So I need the cash. Now, right now would not be a bad time to use that money to buy hardware. Now it's kind of got me thinking, maybe I should. I don't know. Let's check Chicago. Let's see what Chicago has. They've got the PNY. They've also got 2 in stock of the Zotac. And that's it. Oh, wait a minute. No, these are, I want just graphics cards. And I only want the 5090s. So I got to click 32 gig again. There we go. So they have 3 in stock. PNY, the Zotac. Oh, they got 2 different PNYs. They got the little bit less expensive PNY as well. Damn, those are expensive. And Zotacs look really solid this time. I mean, it looks like an impressive piece of hardware. Temperatures are great. Have not any issues. You know, I'm sure the PNYs are fine. I have PNY 4090s. But, yeah. Anyway. So you can see, you can get them. Am I getting enough on VAST to justify it? Seems so high. So let's run through the numbers, because kind of yes and kind of no. So the math is a little hard, but so like, for instance, it depends on what the job is. So normally I try to look at worst case, and in this case, it's 600 watts. So let's look at worst case. But you can see right now, as I just showed you, it's not always being used, even though it's rented. So this is truly absolute worst case. So 0.6 times 0.14. And I'm currently making 29 cents. Okay, so nothing dramatic. And again, if I had multiple units on the rig, I could make more on it. So then minus 0.29. All right, so basically 20 cents. So 0.2 times 24 equals, so 4.8 per day. Not great. So if it costs me $3,000 to buy this thing, 3,000 divided by 4.8, 625 days divided by 365, 1.7 years. Again, compare it to ASICs. It's not great, but it isn't that bad. Again, everything is relative. Everything's relative. If I could get that on 2-year financing, like which Best Buy has done before, like, yeah, in a heartbeat. Because the reason why it's somewhat hard right now to rent 5090s on VAST is because of the driver problems. There are certain jobs that there are problems running a 5090 on right now. So you're not as open as you are with a 4090. So yes, it's more powerful. It has more memory, but there's issues. And this is what I've read in the VAST Discord. So we'll see. Did my RTX 6000 show up yet? No. Did your credit card bounce, Swamp? I thought you were just going to send me one out of the goodness of your heart. I have seen that. I don't think I've seen any of them that have been listed for like what they're supposed to be listed for. They're like over $11,000 is what I've been hearing. And you can leverage your other machines to pay them off faster. Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's where I'm gaining the money for it, is from the money that it's generating. Like right now, I'm at $100 a day. That's like 3,000. I can pay off one in a month. In a month. And just got a raise at work, so got the yearly raise, so that was good. So yeah, I can definitely finance it. It's just a matter of, I got to do a little bit more planning, and I really want to see what happens on that 89-degree day, which we have coming up this week, and then decide from there. But yeah, I mean, there's quite a few. So it's all a matter, are you willing to pay that amount? It's at least not scalper prices anymore. Well, the scalpers are now the manufacturers, but much less than it was before. So we're getting close to where these are going to be on the shelves because people aren't willing to spend that money. I'm big on Moodang. Oh, is Moodang a token on Solana? All right, let me look it up. Where did it go? There it is. All right, I'll look up. I'm assuming it's a token. Moodang. Which one? I'm guessing it's this one. What is this? Let's see. What the? Yeah, I'd say you're up big. Look at the 1 month. How'd you find out about this? Is this just a stupid meme coin? Oh, sorry. That's the 1 minute. Sorry, that is not what I wanted to do. All right. That's pretty much the 1 month. So it was at it's obviously it's 10 times. And wow, what it has done in the last day. Wow. Been around for a bit. I had no idea. What is it though? Is it a meme coin or what? Mudang 2 Sol Dex pair. The live Mudang Dex. It's just also pricing. Wanted to see what it was about. Like I said, it's probably a meme coin because it's a token. You put 250 in a while back for fun. Nice. So now it's worth $2,500. That's a nice gain. Yeah, I've had bad experiences with meme coins, which most people do. Most people lose. Glad you're winning on this one, and I hope you sold. Hope you sold, especially now with its pump. And honestly, I still think meme coins are a big barrier to people taking crypto seriously. Just my opinion. But hey, you know, it's taking a flyer on something, you know, for the fun of it, no problem. Done it a few times, and every time I've done it, like I took a flyer on like about the similar amount of money, about $250, and that amount is now worth probably about like 30. Yeah, Caspa's been almost 12 cents for a while. It got to 11.89 cents. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go to that. Let's see. Caspa. It's actually higher now. It's at 11.91. So I believe that might be its high for the day. I know it says 12 cents there. No, it's a high for the day is 11.92. But you can see it's trending higher now. Bumped up against it. Now it's on that slow climb. So yeah, definitely encouraging. Definitely encouraging. Let's see. Bitcoin's just hovering about that $104,000 mark. I think we're kind of in a holding pattern for most things until the announcement tomorrow. The initial fervor, if there was any, has worn off. It's worn off. Yeah. Yep. All right. Oh, so one thing I did forget to... Oh, that's one thing I forgot to check. I need to check to make sure... No, it is still running. I would have to check my salad rig to make sure that there wasn't anything holding it up, but... Made a whopping 4 cents on my salad rig. Sorry, 4.5 cents on my salad rig over the last 24 hours. Has not been doing much. Not at all. I'm going to try this trick. They tell you not to do it, but if you kill the salad bowl service to try to get it to do a... to basically have it create a file. Let's see if it still does it. It used to do it. I'm looking. Nah, doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. You know what? Maybe I need to update. I know that's one of the things that they say affects you if you haven't updated in a while. So I think I will update my salad rig from Windows Update. Check for updates. See, this is why I don't like salad. On my vast rigs, I just let them run. No, it says you're up to date. It says you're up to date. I don't need that. I'm still on Windows 10. So I am not going to worry about that. Let's see, is this one of the rigs where I have the NVIDIA control? Oh, no, that's the control panel. No, that's one of the rigs. I basically didn't download the NVIDIA, what do you call it? The program that does the auto update type thing. Just decided to never install it on this machine. So I'm going to go in and look for the driver, the latest driver, and see if that changes anything. So maybe they're looking for the more recent CUDA. And maybe that's having an effect. I don't know. We'll find out. NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, I'll just do that. Download official NVIDIA drivers. If you look up NVIDIA Linux drivers and you do a search on that, it'll bring up the India one every single time. Makes no sense. All right, so we're doing a 30 series, but it shouldn't really matter. It's going to ask me which one. I'm going to say 3060 Ti. Come on. There we go. 3060 Ti. Windows 10 64-bit. Find. And there it is. 576.28. Do view. Game ready driver. Download. All right. We'll get that thing going. Because I know I'm not at 576.28. No, that's for sure. Download's almost done. I guess I could have you guys watch this. I'm just remoting it in the machine. Almost done. Come on. Sometime today. There it goes. Let's execute that. Take a few minutes. All right, what else are you guys talking about? Took Quai profits, huh? Huh? He doubled the price. Nice. Nice. All right, let's click yes. That's fine. Okay. Let's see what we got going on. Actually, while I'm doing that, I'm going to check my NOCC node. Make sure it's still running properly. And it is. I still do not know why this time, when I just started the NOCC node back up after the fact, that there weren't any issues. Because usually when there's that long of an outage, there is. Maybe it was just short of that time period. Yeah, I just want the driver. Maybe we'll do express. Because maybe, fingers crossed, maybe that's all that it's going to take to get more reliably rented on Salad. As I showed before, you know, it was like right near the top. Well, it's changed now. Now it's number 3 instead of number 2, but 5.4 cents a day. Yeah, I'll take that. I definitely take that. I'm sorry, 5.4 cents an hour, not a day. Not a day. That would be $1.25 a day on a 3060 Ti that's been way paid off from mining. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be very cool. So I kind of just keep this one on here just to kind of have something on Salad, kind of keeping track of it. I want to do that with some of my other rigs too at some point. But I want to get other rigs up and running with the vast machine IDs before I move, like, say, the 3060 rigs to, like, Chlor or something like that. Let's see what else. This is not bad at all for a 3060 Ti. No, it is not. It really is not. All right, let me go back. Oh, nope, still installing. Takes a little bit. It is, I'm trying to remember which. Yeah, it's on a single Xenon processor. I was trying to remember if it was on a dual, but I don't think that one is. I think that one's a single. I guess I could find out exactly what it's on. Go over here. Yeah, actually right click. Trying to remember. I always forget. I know device manager. I could look there, but system. I think it's under system where it kind of goes through. Yeah, so 64 gig. There's the processor. Yeah, system is a nice spot to see that. Yeah, E5 2660 V3 at 2.6 gigahertz. And that one has 10 cores, 20 threads, I believe. Pretty sure that. And it was like stupid cheap. It was so cheap. It's got 2 terabytes in it. Plenty of storage. That's like completely overkill. Alright, let me go back. Oh, that is the rig. Alright, let me get out of here. Still installing. Installing. Play on words from SpongeBob. Stalling. I'm not stalling. Let's see. Big Bolt Mining says 5 3060 rigs on Salad, but only 3 with jobs. Okay. Just the odd man out right now, it looks like, for me. I've got a 3060 Ti. Oops. Right here that I need to get on a rig. And I have a old mining motherboard. Actually, one that Panda sent me, actually. And I gotta make sure that I can add memory to it. I have. Shoot, I think I gave those 2 sticks away to that guy that I got the 5090 from. All right, installer has finished. I think I did. I was like, when am I going to use 8 gig sticks? This is when I would have used 18 gig sticks. Dang it. So I might have to buy some memory. All right, now I got to reboot it because it's what I usually do after. Actually, before I do that, let me go over here, go here, and yeah, still Salad is looking okay. Pause indefinitely, and then reboot. I don't know what I was looking for. Restart. There we go. And we'll see. I'm sure it won't pick up anything right away, but restart anyway. I think it's already went to go restart, but let me just double check. Yeah, it's not responding because it's restarting. We'll give it a few seconds and then go back into it. These were all my old rigs. Salad, 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 salad. This was my daughter's computer. I don't know what that was. Salad, salad. Actually, salad was on that one too. Salad, 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 salad. So I had a lot of salad rigs at one point. But then they kind of went to crap. And Vast came back. All right, let's see. Should connect. It's been enough time. Yep. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. There we go. All right. Now let's... Come on. Oh, I gotta wait for this anyway. I gotta wait for the container environment to start. But it appears to be locked. So I'm gonna do this. Hit cancel, and then seems to be awake. It is interesting though. It does auto start on this computer at least. There we go. Chop now. And we'll see if it gets a job sooner with it, the new driver. It would be nice if it did. Anyway, as I was saying, I have old rig. I'm going until midnight. Maybe I'll work on that. Got to find a USB drive to load Windows on. I know I've got Windows somewhere on one of my USBs, but I always forget which one's which. I need a label maker. Anybody got like a cheap label maker that's a really good label maker? All right, let me catch up on chat. Rebel, LOL. 65 gigabyte good on Salad or 128? I have not gone to 128. I have stuck at 64 gig, and for the most part, yeah, it seems to be good. If you look at what I was saying right here, the Salad network monitor, if you look at the 3060 Ti, it says here 32 gig of system RAM. So it depends on, well, I mean, I guess it says the same thing for 4090, but I know for a fact 4090, 3090, that much RAM or that much VRAM, you really want to have 64 gigs. No doubt you want to have 64 gigs. So it's surprising that that's all they say here is 32 gig all the way down. Well, here you've got 64 gig for 5070 Ti. Well, 3090, they say 64 gig. That's interesting. And I have 64 gig on a lot of my rigs. I have 64 gig, a lot. Which I think is relatively overkill, but for the jobs they do, actually, they do use a lot of memory. You know, several that are going to 128. Interesting. Have they seen a difference? Swamp 7, I do have Ventoy, but I'm kind of a little, how do I put it? Gun shy, because I had one of my images on a flash drive that I put Ventoy on, and one of them got corrupted. I know that can happen on any flash drive, and I'm being stupid, but that's why I'm like, it really kind of made me think twice about Ventoy, blaming that instead of the flash drive, even though flash drives fail all the time. So yeah, I just need to rebuild the Ventoy drive on another flash drive and not that one. It's a Samsung flash drive, the one that I have Ventoy on, but I've had problems with that one, I think, before, and I just forgot I'd had problems on it. So yeah, Crypto Crag. So has 128. Have they said that it's made a big difference? I can't imagine on a 3060 Ti going to 128 gig is going to really matter. I wouldn't think. But hey, you know, we could always search the Salad Discord. I think I'm still in the Salad Discord. Let's see. Yep, still in the Salad Discord. Let's just search on 128 gigabyte. Let's see. Community support. If you have 128 gig or more, I recommend you use Proxmox to run Salad and VMs with a GPU pass through to each. It's not officially supported by Salad. Yeah, but yada yada yada. I noticed in show your earnings that it's better to have 128 gigabytes, but that doesn't guarantee more jobs. Let's see. All right, here we go. The guy asked the question. And what about upgrading to 128 gigabyte RAM instead? I don't know, instead of what? That'd be excessive for CPU containers. Well, we know that. GPU containers only really need 64 to 96 gigabytes total RAM max. So maybe 96? Yeah, that's the thing. I think I actually have space on, well, certainly on my dual Xeon processor units, I have more space for memory. I don't know. Might be an experiment. Move it to 128 and see what happens. Can always reuse the RAM somewhere else. Could buy 232 gig. I only have 64 with 232 gig in this computer right now, and I could just raise it to 128 using those later on. Could do that. Experiments. Had to step away for a bit. I know I missed a few. Now. I don't think so. You can't just put them there willy-nilly. You have to hear them. If Max says, anyway, and Smokey Dan isn't there to hear it, it didn't actually happen. Those are the rules. Did I ever try GPUs? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what that one is. I think it's currently rented. I think that was the one that was rented. Yeah, that one's rented at 11 cents. So yeah. And the one on Unraid, I have that one on pass through as well. That's only a 3060 and a really weak 3060 because one of the fans is not doing so hot. But yeah, I've done it twice. So I guess it's not like I've done it a ton, but I've done it. I mean, so yeah, I could take my Octo server and put Proxmox on it and do GPU pass-through on each individual 4090. I could do that. Kind of be an interesting, that'd be an interesting project. That would be a really interesting project. But yeah, I have done it on Salad as well. That used to be on Salad as well. Once you've set up the pass-through, you're done. It's now you just set up the VM to do. Once you've set up the VM and the system to have GPU pass-through, after that, you're just telling it, what do you want to load on the VM? Do you want the VM to load Windows or Ubuntu or whatever? So I could just tell that VM to load Windows instead of, and anyway. So yeah, I actually did for a while have both salad and that's the one nice thing about it is that you could switch back and forth if you had enough storage to store both instances. That was the problem I had with that, is I don't have enough storage on that right now to keep all the instances of everything that I need on that, because I've got a NOCC node running on that, I've got a Flux Nimbus node running on that, and then the Vast right now is running on that. So yeah, I mean, that'd be an interesting project. That would be an interesting project. All right, let me get out of here. So that answers that question. So 96 probably would be fine. So if you had an extra, you know, couple sticks of 8, sorry, of 16, lying around, you could add to 232 gigabit strips or sticks. You know, that would work too. Let's see. Now you're just doing it. I did not say that word. I swear I didn't say that word. I agree, since I finished my tall Jack Daniels with splash if color. If color, what? All right. See you later, Vinny. Oh, you got school. Yeah, you guys are finishing up the school year. Good night, Vinny. Dad mode activated. You said with salad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I have done it with salad. Only on this one. I haven't done it on the other one. But it works. It definitely works. Definitely works. All right, let me go back here and check. Yep, still looking for a job. It probably had nothing to do with it, but hey, it's now updated. So there you go. Nice. Used to butterfly my steak with Jack Daniels. I even bought the glazing sauce for barbecue. Nice. Nice. Very nice. So now I'm trying to remember what the heck this was called. Home Lab Automation Apps for home. Let's see. Trying to remember what the one I was talking about. Let's see. Not Ansible. Ansible keeps coming up. Home Assistant. That's what it's called. Let me look up Home Assistant, because that's the one I really want to try. It's really super easy to set up. You can run it on a Pi. So Home Assistant Docker. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. That's just going to go to installation, but that's not what I want. But I can always go here. So this is kind of cool. Let's see. So you have all these different things where you can have it all in one spot, which I think is pretty darn cool. Browse 3,200 plus integrations. So let's say temperature. Search temperature. What? Why would that be the... Oh, okay. I don't know why that was the only thing that came up. 17 track. That's a shipping company. Why? I guess it didn't hold it. That's not all temperature stuff. Temperature. What is this? I have no idea why. So this search just seems to suck. Let's see, category. Climate, not really what I'm looking for, but kind of. Humidifier, no. I guess climate would be what I'm looking for. Let me go to climate and see if this gives me what I'm looking for and not. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, all right, let me take that out. There we go. So Echobee's on there, so I would be able to have Echobee in there. From Echobee Thermostat, so it would tell me what the temperature is in the house. Interestingly enough, I've got like a separate sensor, but I just don't want the Echobee to turn on the air conditioning as a result of it. But I could put that down there and read it through Echobee, I suppose. Interesting. Let's see what else we got. Interesting. Electricity maps? Electricity maps sensor platform known as CO2 signal queries the electricity maps API for the CO2 intensity of a specific region. Data can be collected for your home by using the latitude, longitude, or a country code. This API uses the same data as app.electricitymaps.com. All right, I don't even know what this does. Now I'm curious. Oh, interesting. So you can see, yeah, PJM, that's the area I'm in right there. And that this is MISO. That's the area like for Southern Illinois. All right, so if I go there, $355 grams, low carbon, 8% renewable. It's giving it for the general area, but what does this tell me? I'm not sure why anybody would need this. Data sets? Yeah, this is not what I thought it was going to be. All right, so I definitely do not need this. Seemed interesting. I thought maybe where you were on the map that it would tell you what your real-time rate was. I got Dakin AC. They make some mini splits. I'm really trying to see like somebody that makes a Big Ass Fans. Yes, there's actually a company called Big Ass Fans, and guess what they make? Big Ass Fans. I was looking to see if anything like jumped out at me for a like it's for a temperature sensor, like Govee. I don't think Govee's on here though. No, it's not. Google Nest is on here, but again, it's thermostat. Not looking for thermostat. Looking for external temperature sensor. Just for the basement. Home kit device? I'll come back to that one. All right, let me see if there's any. Let's see. Game of Smoking Dad says, people keep telling me to touch grass, so I started looking into living soil and now making space for a larger grow tent to do some indoor growing using heat from running rigs. Nice. Very cool. Retro Mike says, make sure it supports generic HTTP REST integration or you'll run into limitations. Got it. My advice is run Home Assistant in a VM or on bare metal. Not in Docker. What more options to run? Headwear? than in Docker. Okay, I mean, I can run it in a VM. I don't really care. It's the only thing I'm going to use on it. I'm not going to use it for anything else. Unless I was going to run maybe Pi-hole on the same device. But I've got a couple of Pis. I mean, I'm not doing anything with them. I've got a NUC right in front of me that I really don't use for much. So ESP32 and DH11 sensor, less than $4 in total. Yeah, you can tell I don't know anything about this. So I'm going to actually have to watch some videos. Oh, look at that. I probably should look at that. That's my wife's name, is Melissa. I don't think... Here, let's just do a search on what you just said. ESP32, which I think I've seen these before. Actually, I'll just put both of them down. DHT11, I'm guessing, is what you mean. That may have been what you typed. Let's see. Come on. You said DH11, but I think you probably meant DHT. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Scattered wide, but standing tall. Nodes operators answer the call, not just machines, but minds at play. Oh, so it's an ESP32, basically an Arduino, a type of Arduino. Actually, I probably should find my daughter's Arduinos. But I'm looking kind of like something that I'm not going to be putting on a breadboard. Let's do this. Like, it's on a breadboard. Come on. These are like project little things. I'm looking for kind of like a finished product with a case. So if it's $10, that's fine. And don't forget, we're still fundraising for another 2 hours. So get it in while it lasts, because we only have 2 more hours left to raise money for ovarian cancer, at least this go around. It's going to be many months before I do this again. Let's see. Dakota. Come on, guys. Dakota Miner's putting you guys all to shame. That's $15 for Dakota Miner, and he is the only one that has donated tonight. I no longer want you Octominer fan controller. I got mine, but sadly too hot to run on my Banshee fans, all 6 of them. Yep, that is $15. That is $15. Thank you, Dakota Miner. Appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Like I said, any amount of people, $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. It all will add up. Swamp 7. 3D printed enclosure Govee sensors are supported in Home Assistant with Bluetooth hub. Really? Let's see. Let me see. Because, yeah, I've already got it. Scattered wide, but standing tall. No temperators answer the call. Not just machines, but let's see. Govee Bluetooth. Integrates Govee BLE devices in Home Assistant. Now the question is the temperature gauge I have Bluetooth? I'm pretty sure it is. The other question is, would it reach? Okay, here we go. So it does have... Yeah, it looks like the... I'd have to look to see which one I've got. Very cool. All right, something to play with. Slowly add. So that'll be the first thing I try to integrate. And then I want to try to integrate in... what else? Do I have it? You know what? I might even have Home Assistant on here for other things. Let me see. Or is it something else? No, it's something else. Trying to remember what else I am using. You know, I think that's the one thing. When I got the new phone, I knew that I was missing a few things on my home screen. I could never figure out what it was, and I think now I may know what it was. Oh, okay. No, here it is. I have Smart Home, Smart Life, and Tether are the three. Oh, and Casa. They all have some things. So Casa is obviously TP-Link. Smart Home. What do I have for this? The heck? AT&T. I don't know about that one, but that one was weird. Smart Life. Let's see. Log in. Does it still have my login saved? It does. Yeah, go to app. Got it. Continue. Yes. Oh yeah, this is a bunch of my smart plugs on here. I'm not using any of them anymore. Except for the coffee maker, actually. I think is in here. Interesting. I think this one might be in both apps. Let me look in Casa. Or no, Casa I think is just for outside. Like I said, I got shit everywhere. I don't want to create an account. I have an account. Log in. Yeah, let's do that one. I think that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this one is. Yeah, this one is... Oh, interesting. It also has front garage lights on this one, too. Interesting. So, yeah, I've got stuff in Casa. Yeah, I thought Casa I had... That was also the coffee maker, but it's not. All right, and then one other stuff. Like, I've got all these different apps that do different smart plugs. All right, and there was one more. Tether is the other one. God, this looks exactly like the other one. Yeah, this looks exactly like the other one. Turn on. Okay. There we go. Yep. Maybe later. Oh my God, this one. Tether, I had the old... This was like what I was using for managing the router I used to have from TP-Link. Yeah, logging into Archer, 11,000. What the heck? Oh, okay. I was like, what is it? It was 603 days ago was the last time I used that TP-Link router. It's been quite a while, almost 2 years. And then Went out with Micritic for a while, and now I'm on Ubiquity for the last year with no intention of changing to anything different at this point. All right, so the two other things I want to see if there's integration for is Casa and Smart Life. Let's see. Let's see what else I'm missing. I no longer want... Oh, no, you already said that. You said that. You need hacks, HACS loaded on Home Assistant GitHub project. What does that do for me? Two years too long. What's 2 years too long? Oh, 2 years too long that I haven't been... Well, I'm saying I haven't been on TP-Link for 2 years. I still like TP-Link stuff. I still have my Wi-Fi extenders that are TP-Link. All right, let me look up hacks. HACS Home Assistant. Home Assistant Community Store. That is what it is. Like I said, I know this is a hole to go down. All right, start using hacks. Oh, I have to like download it and all that, but entities, repositories. I just want to know like what's available before I download it. Like I hate to download something and then realize that there isn't something in there that I'm actually even going to use. I'm going to leave that tab up there, but now I'm going to go to, what did I say? Casa Home Assistant. Yeah, integration, smart home. So smart home is also, oh, I guess it's probably gonna do it both. So yeah, I guess I could add this one too and have it all in a central spot. God, I don't even have to buy new hardware. Wow. Oh, I got to do this. I totally have to do this. Like I said, right now, I don't use my smart plugs very much just because, like I said, it's kind of all over the place. Now the question is there an Emporia? Let me see. Come on. Be there an Emporia? Third-party integrations. According to this video, not have the Emporia views yet, but let's see. Huh. GitHub. All right, let's see. README. Reads data from the Emporia View Energy Monitor, creates a sensor for each device channel showing average usage over each minute. This project is not associated with or endorsed by Emporia Energy. Data is pulled from the Emporia API using the PyMView Python module, also written by me. Okay, so that is part of HACS. So, okay, now I know. I need to install HACS. Very cool. Very cool. So that's basically the most of the things that I use. And obviously I'll eventually probably expand more into home. I don't know if there's any Wise, like camera. Oh, I'm probably going to do some other type of camera thing. Oh. Let me go back here. Back. Let's do Wise. Wise camera. Home assistant. Well, let's see what people say. Has anybody got it into there? This was 9 months ago. That's about right. I have 3 or 4 hanging around that I use to keep tabs on my creepy ass neighbor. Yeah, I tell you what. 2020 and 2021 were just weird times. People got weird. People that were seemed normal, that all of a sudden they were just annoyed by the littlest thing. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Yeah, so we had a neighbor we had to keep an eye on. Thankfully, seems those times are over. Thank God. Let's see. Wise Docker Bridge? The only problem I have with it is it goes away out of sync, and after 12 hours or so, camera feed is way off. Yeah, that's not helpful. It's in hacks. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this. Home Assistant, how to add Wise cameras without flashing with RTSP. Like most things with Home Assistant, much of the documentation is there while key details are missing or presumed knowledge. That pretty much, it's interesting. That's one of the things I've tried to tell a lot of companies is if you want to redo your documentation, bring in a new hire for the job that you need new documentation and have that person take notes, diligent notes of everything that they didn't know. That way you can incorporate those into your instructions. Because the problem is that once you're in the job for a period of time and you say, okay, now that you know the job, write a training manual of things that a new hire is going to need to know. You now have all that inherent knowledge and it's hard for you to remember what you didn't know when you started. So anyway, I just thought it was an interesting comment. The stream is acceptable. My weaker cameras tend to pause, probably due to a poor connection. I was able to get a live stream on the dashboard after I began editing my own dashboards and not relying on Home Assistant to do it for me. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. With Docker WiseBridge add-on. Interesting. So like I said, I'm not a big proponent of Wise cameras, but they're cheap and dirty solution when you absolutely have to have some footage. What I said, what we did use them for, we just put one out the front, one out the back. And I said it was helpful and actually caught, not that we could see a license plate or anything, it was dark, but 3 doors down, we saw on film a driver backing into, obviously drunk because he was weaving and driving super, super slow. He backed into the person 3 doors down, their mailbox, completely knocking it over. And it was like slow motion the way it knocked it over. It was weird. But yeah, I told them about it and then sent them the footage, and then the police came knocking at my door. I'm like, yeah. Well, you got a recording of that? Like, yeah, because at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I was coming downstairs, saw this driver driving erratically, kind of weird, but then they drove away and I was like, all right, well, they're gone. Didn't realize they had knocked over a mailbox until the next day when the light came up, and told my neighbor that I probably have footage. So I looked it up and there it was. So you've already seen it, but I don't have anything more to tell you. They're like, okay, we just wanted to know why you knew about it. And I'm like, yeah, because it was about 1:15 in the morning and I was walking from my den to go up to my bedroom to go to bed and saw this car on our street that seemed odd at that time of night. And then it was just kind of sitting there. And so anyway, but again, you saw all that on tape. Nothing I'm telling you. Anyway, it was just kind of odd that they came over to talk to me as a witness, but what I witnessed was the same thing that was on tape, and it's dark out. I can't see anything. So I didn't even know they knocked down the mailbox. That's how well I could see it until I looked at the tape. Well, until I saw the aftermath and then looked at the tape, and then I could tell they knocked down the mailbox. But anyway, that would be nice to be able to get those into, like I said, I want a central like control panel. That would be nice. I'm assuming that there's a Home Assistant app so that I could have it on my phone. Let me do a search for Home Assistant. Yeah, Home Assistant Companion. No, Home Assistant. Interesting. So yeah. Nice. So I'm sure this ties into whatever the Home Assistant device that you have it running on. And it's probably going to be like, okay, select your Home Assistant server. Yeah. So that's all I need to do is select the Home Assistant server, which is what I need to install. Alrighty. Well, another project for me to do. Thanks all. Now knowing that all those things that I go to like 5 different apps, I now will be able to go to one app, which will be very nice. Very nice. Kind of curious what my temperature is in the basement right now. My Govee app, which is in the process of coming up. Well, it already did come up. It says 75.8, and that probably is accurate. But then I load up to change the graph and it just finished. So yeah, 75.8. Good temperature downstairs, and it currently is 55 degrees outside. But it's rapidly dropping. So let me just to kind of give you an idea. That's what the graph looks like. So it topped out at like 79 degrees today. It's not bad. Not bad at all when it was like 80 something. No, it wasn't even 80. It was, sorry. It was 73. So 5 degree difference. That's not bad at all. Really isn't that bad. So now there wasn't everything running in the basement, but the 2 main heat producers were running. So that's good. Let's see. Let me check on the chat. See if I missed anything. Yeah. Game is smoking dead. And that is why you bury your mailbox metal pole and cure it in on concrete. Yes. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, Joker's here. Give me a second. Joker.
Hello. I cannot hear you on the Ninja. Now I can't hear you on either.
Can you hear me over here?
Yep, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. That's the one thing I have to do is I have to change it from default to the actual mic and back when it does that. So yeah, I muted myself over there because of being over here. So how you doing?
Doing good. I had soccer practice tonight, did a bunch of yard work today, and spent time with the wife. We went and had a picnic with some other families at the park.
Cool. Very cool. Yeah, it was actually It was really nice. We just went out to dinner, two of us. Went out to a place. It was like a roof bar restaurant type thing. So it was outside.
Have you gone there before, though? I remember you talking about that.
What was that?
Have you gone to that before?
Yeah, it is. It's one of our favorite places to go. I mean, it's a really, really nice place. The servers are always super friendly. They have personalities, so they like to talk to the people that are there. It's just
That's
really
good.
friendly.
Yeah.
And then next to us was it was a realtor in the area who is well known because his pictures everywhere. And it was funny because he actually, because we were asking him a question because my wife's like, "You're Shane Crawford." Well, Shane Crawford is his name. Anyway, "You're Shane Crawford, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And, so anyway, so she asked him a question. Our subdivision, our town homeowners association wants to spend like 12 grand on new signs for the front of our subdivision, which is freaking ridiculous. So we asked him, we're like, if we didn't have any signs, but that it was kept up nice, the landscaping and everything.
Yeah.
But we didn't have signs. Would that affect home values at all? He's like, absolutely not. It's not going to. He named off all of these subdivisions, which I knew where one of them was. And he's like, none of those have them, and they have not affected their home values at all. And I'm like, that's what I thought. So we're going to go back and be like, we've done some research. We've asked some experts. This will have no effect. Show me your research as to why you think this is going to have an effect on home prices. Do not make this an assumed close. And I know what it is. It's that the guy at the property management company knows a guy, and he's getting kickbacks. So yeah, they wanted to put like 6 foot brick stone signs. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, especially it doesn't fit what we'd be replacing is like these nice wood carved signs. Now again, they're 30 years old. Yes, they were breaking down. Just remove them. We don't need them.
Yeah.
So
yeah, my mom and dad are in a HOA in Davenport, and they've been trying to find a place where we live at so they can be in the same town, just a small house that they own and not have to deal with it. HOA.
How much? Do you know how much their HOA fees are?
$500
a year.
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's double ours. Ours are only like, a little bit more than $20 a month. We don't pay them monthly, we pay them yearly, but
the problem is they go to the meetings and like they have some people that are just stubborn and they can't ever agree on anything that's going on with the HOA.
Well, so far we've been able to stall this stupid project by basically trying to downsize the thing. So we're still working on just putting the complete kibosh on it. So that's why we did the research, and we'll go to the next meeting and basically say, okay, we did the research. Where's your research that says this is needed at all?
Yeah.
And I know that the guy is just such an ass. The guy who is part of the property management company.
Crypto Craig said, yeah, but will it be pretty, Max?
It can be pretty with nice landscaping. You want to have a landscaper come out and do it nice? Absolutely. All for that. It needs to look nice to keep up, the house values. I agree with that, but it does not need a sign. Anyway.
How's what time did you start streaming?
7:30.
Okay.
So yeah, I was like, it's Mother's Day, want to do what the wife wants to do today.
Yep.
And I was originally thinking I was going to stream a lot longer, and then she came in into the office around 2:00 and was like, hey, how about we go to Lowe's and we see if we can find some pumps for the pond, and then we can drop off the stuff that needs to be returned at Amazon, and then we go grab some dinner. I'm like, all right, cool. And she was like, how about we could go to Shake Shack? And I'm like, we could. If that's where you want to go, I'm more than happy to. But Alex said that my son said that Shake Shack was kind of trash. It was not good. I said, I don't remember if it was good or bad, but I'll eat anything. So if that's where you want to go, she's like, well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. And we had brought up this like place that we go where there's like and she was worried it was going to be cold out. It definitely was not cold out. It was 75 degrees out and we were in the sun. So we were very comfortable.
I was dying doing all the yard work.
Oh, I would imagine. Yeah, your body's probably not ready for the heat yet.
Well, you should see my hands because the first time I pushed, I have a riding and a push, but it was so bad. My dad's come and done it like 3 times, just rider.
Mm-hmm.
So like weeding and stuff next to the house, it's not good. But I got it all done. Now my yard.
That's good. So. That's good. Yeah, I was actually talking to the wife. Our yard, our lawn needs some serious work, and we've had a disease in the backyard that I think we finally got rid of. It was some really, really hard to kill fungus. And we're pretty sure it was brought in by an aeration company that did last time we had aeration done. So it's just been an absolute headache. Half our backyard has been dead at one point or another. So we've been slowly bringing it back. But I was watching somebody on YouTube that I've watched him for other reasons, like when I was trying to pick out a new spreader. Because doing like fertilizer spreading, it's really hard if you have like the cheapest of the cheap Scott spreaders. It's so bad.
They don't work.
It's too short and it's not even. Anyway, so I did some research and we got a middle of the road. We didn't get like the top of the line. It was like a $130 spread or something like that. It was Echo. But this guy did a review of that, and so I just subscribed to him at that point, so I've been kind of keeping up with things. But he said what do they call it? Overlaying compost over your entire lawn is like super, super helpful. He's like, you put it on at like 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch and you water your lawn like every day for 7 days and it'll water it all in.
And they probably said do it in the spring, right?
Yes.
Because like True Green, when they come around and do all their spraying and stuff, they always want to do it in the spring, and then they do it throughout the fall, and they'll come back in the spring and do it again.
Oh, you're talking about like compost?
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the services that they have?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Another thing, yeah.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
My thing is Creeping Charlie. So we had issues of water coming in the sides of the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had a guy that I knew that could get dirt. Well, he came and dumped it on each side of my house, and then I spread it all the way back and covered it with dirt. Whatever dirt he pulled had all these different things. It wrecked my yard. It was lovely.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not my problem. Definitely not my problem.
No.
Right now,
Charlie, though, I can't get rid of it. But if we have a hot summer and I keep it short, all that burns off.
Oh, okay.
But it always comes back. So I need to have them come out probably next spring and just.
That's not something that like Weed Be Gone can kill?
It can, but I haven't had great luck with it, so I'm at the point of just hiring somebody and having them come take care of it because I'm just done with it.
Got it.
But I don't want like bad chemicals because my kids play in the yard all the time.
So how big of a lawn do you have?
It's probably an acre.
How much?
An acre.
Oh, okay. So you got a decent sized lawn. Mm-hmm. So did you have True Green come out and actually give you a quote?
No, so every spring we get something in the mail because they're around here and they list all their services and everything and how they do it.
But they don't tell you how much each of the services would be?
They do.
So how much would it be for an acre? Obviously, I do not have an acre. I have mine's on about 1/3 of an acre. So the actual yard space is probably, it's short of 10,000 feet. It's like probably about 8,500 square feet. But how much for your lawn? How much was the overlay of compost?
Yeah, so if you do that, and they also will do other stuff, it was right around 500, but that covers spring, summer, fall.
And they do compost each time?
If you want that, yeah.
that seems crazy. I mean, I guess they have the right tools because you basically there's like
the next time I get it, I will.
in,
Yeah, the next time I get it in the mail, I'll send it to you. You can see it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious now. Yeah, we were talking about doing it ourselves, but that's a lot of work.
I know.
That is a lot of work.
That's why I said I'm at the point of I'm not going to go around and spray every little purple in my yard. I'd rather just somebody just come ride their little 2-wheel rider and spray it all over.
Yep. Yeah, True Green many years ago just absolutely sucked. So I just have always kind of assumed that. But I've also learned that, you know what? That it's not the tools and the product that's the problem. The problem is, do you have a good applicator or not? Is the guy taking the time, or is he literally taking a wand of liquid fertilizer and making a few sprays and saying your yard's done? Yeah. And then driving away. So that's the problem, is if you have a good guy. I mean, we had one service that was really good, and we were on like a first name basis with the guy who came out. And then once he was gone, we got the next person. It was like night and day difference. So that's a little frustrating, but I suppose that's the same way in a lot of
it's like that at work, because I was in IT from 2015 to 2021 before they moved me to my new position. And I have all the faculty that come back and be like, "Can you come back to IT? Like, the people they've hired in your place are not good, and they don't fix my issue." So there's always that one person that does it better than the others.
That is true. That is very true. CryptoCrack says he spreads peat moss on his at the end of each season after aeration.
Yeah,
so and that was the other thing was, again, we're like, we don't want to have somebody come out and do the aeration anymore because that's how we got so many problems. But that was another thing I was looking at. There's like a bunch of tools out. One of them is like a heavy wheel with tines on it, and you just literally roll it. It's a rollerator or something like that. It's like $400 though for the thing. But it's made by a guy, sounds like kind of in his garage type of thing. So it's a really small business, but you only got to buy it once, and it stores compact.
It's good.
So I've been debating on whether to decide to do that. Plus, if it gets contaminated, it'll be contaminated only by my own lawn.
Yeah. See who's here?
Do I see who's here? Mining King. Howdy, sir. Hey, you want to come in? But I appreciate you being here either way.
He has a girlfriend now, so that's his life.
I know. I wasn't gonna like spread
He put it right there. He put it on the chat.
Yes, it is. And that's great. I'm Mining King. I told Sunflower Mama, and because I'm so happy for you. You deserve it. You deserve it. Have a good woman in your life. No question. So very, very happy for you. Anyway, if you do, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or give me a thumbs up if you're interested in coming out. Oh, CryptoCrack was busting his balls. Yeah. Oh, you're alive.
He said he was about ready to send him texts.
Yeah, especially in an early part of a relationship, you get, and you've been dating her for a while, so it's not that new anymore. But yeah, the infatuation stage is always fun. But you're probably well past that at this point. Yeah, but it will be pretty, Max. You know what? I don't even care if the lawn looks great. I just want it to look decent.
Yeah. No, there's places in town that I'm like, I drive by it and I'm just like, should I go knock on the door and just like fix it for them? Because it's bad. It makes the town look bad.
Well, I mean, the good part is the front yard actually looks pretty good. Right now, it's kind of looking a little thin, I guess, but it'll probably fill in during the summer. The front yard's been decent. And part of that is because the front yard is in shade for a good portion of the day, but it does get enough sun that you don't run into the problem with shade grasses or something.
Yeah.
But it stays relatively cool. We got a big, and again, the honey locusts don't shade completely, but they provide enough shade that it makes the grasses cooler. So yeah, we don't have to water the front lawn as much. And yeah, the one weird thing is we have a spot about yay big in the front yard of bent grass. It's, I mean, like, it literally sticks out. It's a completely different type of grass. I have no idea how that happened. It's a very, very fine grass. So anyway, have
Well,
no
right
idea.
now the dandelions, like all over our town, they're ridiculous right now.
Yeah, I know. We Sunflower Mama a couple days ago was out spraying all of them with Weed Be Gone.
So have you gotten any donations so far tonight?
From Dakota Miner.
Okay.
That is the only person that has donated in that, and he donated 3 times for $5. Now let me check the other. I don't think I've gotten anything on the website. It was at 2361, and it's still at 2361. So no, I have not. But if it ends up being 5,000, it ends up being 5,000. I kind of figured tonight was going to be kind of a hard sell. Everybody who was going to donate, everybody here has probably been at one of my other streams. So if they've been at one of the other streams, they've either decided
already donated.
Yeah, they've already donated, or they just decided not to. One of the two. Either way.
You got me to do it twice.
Yes. I appreciate it. Got me to that critical 5,000 mark. I very much appreciate that.
Right. To help support Chump. Have you heard from Chump today?
I did. He's doing fine.
He's doing fine.
As he put it, lettuce literally saved his ass.
No ring of fire.
No ring of fire. No ring of fire.
I did get this today. I got my
nice
keyboard. My space bar actually works, so that's good.
That's always a good thing. It helps when all the keys work. It's what I hear anyway.
And I hate it because, like, most of my keyboards, the space bar is the one that goes first, and then like you're trying to type stuff and it will not work at all.
You do realize that if you get a custom keyboard, you can replace switches and keys, right?
I do.
Okay.
The last one was a Keytronic. That's the one we use with the big numbers on it.
Yeah,
I like those.
So did you? And then you said the space bar went on it.
So I'm now that I have it unplugged and out, I'm going to pop it off and just see if I can.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. I was gonna say just replace the switch.
But I like this one also because it's got the bottom lip, so I can actually rest my hand on something and it keeps it up.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that it's got a wrist rest. I don't know. I've now become accustomed without the wrist rest. I had one for the Razer I had, and honestly, I kind of found it annoying, especially because it was a leather. So after a while, when you get sweaty, you're doing something outside, and you're like, wait a minute, I gotta go do something. You come in here and you put your sweaty wrists down and you're typing and you're like, oh shit, now I gotta wipe this thing off. And then eventually it starts breaking down. I needed a replacement wrist rest anyway. Whatever. It was too much trouble, I think. I like having it just resting my wrists on the table and then typing from there. But I have big hands, so that's
so our school gave away a bunch of desks last summer or summer before. So everybody in town just flocked over there and just grabbed whatever they could. And a lady ended up using it for like crafting or something, and then she posted it in Marketplace for free. So I went and grabbed it. Now that's what I'm using down here. It's actually nice because it's deep, so I can actually rest my elbows and stuff on the table.
Nice.
So, Mining King wants to know when I became famous, a celebrity.
Oh, that happened like right after Mining Disrupt, or right during Mining Disrupt. That's when he became famous.
Yep. I actually got videos coming out this week that I created. So
yeah, I need to. Obviously, this took up a lot of time this weekend that I would have normally have spent making some content, but I do have a lot of things I need. I say need to do. I want to do. Like I said, this X card.
Yeah, I saw you showing that.
Yeah, and then Chump's got it. Now I gotta race Chump. Make sure I get this video out before he does.
Looks like Bits Please YT is here also. Hello, sir. Or ma'am.
Hello, sir. Good to see you. Everyone calm down. I'm here. I wonder if that's just somebody changing their name. There was a guy here that I won't repeat the name, but it was a play on words type of thing, and I didn't catch it, and I like literally said it, and didn't realize I had said it, and then somebody's like, "Did you hear what you said?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, oh.
King said he has no time for content.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you finish the pallets though? Or are they gone? Is everything sold? Because he was working on the Z15s. His last video was, I looked it up. It was like 3 weeks ago on a Friday. He was still working on Z15s in the garage.
Well, he's probably, well, I mean, you gotta remember, I think he still had a few more pallets that, well, last time I had heard,
he had more coming, yes, but
yeah, he had more coming. So I'm sure he's gonna have more.
Geek of all trades is here. Hello.
He's back. He saw that Mining King was here, and so he had to come back. That's what it was. All right. I am not going to make it for the next hour and 15 minutes without getting some water, so I will be back in a minute.
Okay.
Get some ice water.
You're good. Still working on them? Okay. That's nice. There you go. Don't have to send it far, far away. That's funny, Geek. Don't forget the homies. That's good. At least you got somebody that's interested. It's tough if they're not interested in the same hobbies as you. Pros before not bros. Alex, you're funny. Sorry, Geek of all trades. Should go over and grab my water too. We'll see if he makes it to midnight tonight. I'm golfing tomorrow, so Chump will love that because he loves golf. Me and 3 other guys are going and playing a course that we've never played. So we were talking about that tonight, Geek. I was talking to some friends. And you can actually take mental health days now at some places. So yeah, you can take a mental health day tomorrow. Relax the mind. I wouldn't call it brain broken, just say mental health day. There you go. At least you're able to take it. Did it count as sick time, though?
All right, I'm back.
Bradley University. What is that?
It's a college in Peoria.
I know where it's at.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, you don't
Where's
know
your
where Bradley is?
Illinois. You got the drink right there. ILL.
Yeah, I've got conflicting colleges right now. This is where my daughter went to college, and this is where I went to college. And I was glad my daughter went to Bradley, honestly. It's such a meat market, at U of I. It's about it's not about how good of the education that you get. It's about whether you can get in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, yeah, I don't know.
I like the campus. I've gone down there for a couple football games.
Oh, yeah.
In like September and August, and it's always been a good time.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Tailgating, and then going into the game.
Yep. I was never a football guy when I was there. I went to all the basketball games. Of course,
I've never been in there.
That was when the Fly and the Illini were there. So that was awesome. That was an awesome time to be at Illinois and watching their basketball games and having season tickets. It was amazing.
Monty King wants to know if he mentioned that she's 10 years younger than him.
No, but you did now. Well, in the picture that you sent, King, you look really happy and really good. So definitely having a good, I don't know, it looked to me just by looking at the picture, having a good influence on you. Anyway, how do I like that DJI Pocket 3? I love it. Right now I have it hooked up here because I was starting to get ready for doing the X card, and I want to be able to do the unboxing with the camera facing down. I love it. It is so versatile, and taking video because it's got the built-in gimbal. It's amazing.
This is what I'm using right now for my over-the-top camera.
Which honestly, that works just fine for. I mean, this is absolute overkill for an overhead camera. But it's nice because it's not heavy.
Yeah.
So it can go on anything. So I've got an arm that I've connected to my desk, and I don't know, it works well.
Geek said they're way too expensive now. They're up to $700.
What? Oh, because of
tariffs.
Damn, really? Yeah, they were not that much when I bought it.
And Monty King said he's lost 30 pounds.
I was gonna say it looked like you had lost some weight. Nice. I've lost 50, King. I'm sure you've probably noticed I've lost some. And not trying to one up you or anything. I gotta get back to some more.
He said his studio's full of dust.
Oh, because he hasn't been using it. Yeah, I'm sure.
He hasn't even been gaming at night because I don't see him in there.
I think he occasionally does.
Probably when I'm asleep. I only stay in there till about 11 during the weeknights.
Yeah, I think I saw him in there one time in the last 2 weeks or something. I don't know if he's gaming because I don't ever go in there. But I actually see who's in there, see who's hanging out.
I mean, right now it's been a lot of that PoE.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching that a bit. Are they in there? Well, he's probably not playing in there now. I'm guessing Chump was probably in there earlier playing.
Did you make it to midnight last night after I left?
I did not. I waited to 11:30. I was like, no, I'm done. I was so tired yesterday, and I had allergies and everything. The allergies are a lot better today. I mean, I still like have itchy eyes right now. But I waited to take an allergy pill today. We turned the air on today. Because we didn't want any more air coming in from the outside, at least not upstairs. Put in a new air filter as well. So I think that's helped out a lot. Now I did have dinner outside, so that's, I think, kind of why I'm getting the itchy eyes right now. But definitely a lot better. I actually switched. I used to take Zyrtec and decided didn't seem to be having as great of an effect. So I'm going to try Xyzal and see how that works. So I just actually got some of that from Amazon today. So we'll, or the generic of it, not the actual Xyzal, but going to try that and see how.
Yeah, my wife's upstairs right now with a rag over her eyes because she's like almost fake crying is what she's calling it. Her eyes are just so watery right now because of her allergies. So
I can relate. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I mean, is this bad for her compared to other years?
So far, yes. But once the corn gets all the way up, that's when it gets really bad.
Oh, really?
Like August, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. The fall is always worse for me, no question. But the last few years haven't been bad. this year, I think it's just because everything hit at once because the temperature changed. Well, we had the temperature change and it just changed so late because we were like 30s and 40s for like, seemed like forever. And then with the occasional warm temperature, but now all of a sudden we had the most recent warm up about 2 weeks ago. It was like everything bloomed, like bam. Normally we have a couple of weeks between the different types of trees and it doesn't seem like it's that big of a difference. The only thing that didn't seem to come out all at once was honey locust, which always bloom latest anyway, but they seem to not come out with everything else.
My daughter is very allergic to those.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
She's actually coming out now. I mean that.
Yeah, I know. I see them. Yeah, she's actually going up to La Crosse. That's where she goes, the allergy clinic up there, and she gets the drops underneath the tongue. So.
Yeah, I never did that. I had shots a long time ago.
Well, it's crazy because she goes up there and they poke, like they take her whole arm and they go 3 across.
Yep.
And they mark what it is, and every 5 to 10 minutes they come back and circle and circle.
Yep. That's when they do the testing. Yeah.
Yeah. There was a question. Bits, please. YT. Opinions on AlphaPax DG Home 1 or Volk Miner D1. Both 2.2 gigahertz. Volk uses 150 watts less, roughly same price. Any cons for either? I will say I have the AlphaPax DG Home 1, and I've had no issues with it, wired or wireless, and it's constantly running.
More familiar with the AlphaPax DG Home 1. Is the Volk Miner D1 also liquid cooled?
That's a good question. I've seen it. It almost looks like a cube. It's a little different looking.
Let me see. I don't remember. Is it the D1 Mini or the D1?
D1.
And then the other part of it is which one can you get for cheaper? Here we go. Volk Miner. Okay, let me share my screen. Let's just share the.
Oh, he said sorry, D1 Mini. So not.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought
it was a bigger one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's the D1.
Geek said it is not liquid cooled. He has one.
Oh, okay. So that's the other part is I don't know how quiet is it. Is it Goat?
So it's 1540, and right now, Panda actually sold his DG Home 1 for like 1200, I think.
Oh, okay.
I was debating because I like mine so much. I mean, I set it and forget it. Like I haven't had to do anything with it.
That's one that I kind of really had hoped I had gotten one, but I wasn't ready to part with money at that point for that.
Well, I turned crypto in that I had made and I bought it with it because I sold 3 BTC miners. And so I put half of it into Solana and then the other half bought the DG Home 1.
So Bits Please YT, is noise an issue for you?
Yeah, if noise is an issue, I'd go with the liquid cool DG Home 1.
A DG Home 1 is definitely going to be quieter probably since it's liquid cooled, but
it doesn't make a peep. It's super quiet.
Right. And the question is, did you say surprisingly quiet? So I don't know. I would go with the Volk Miner D1 myself. I'm all about efficiency.
Bits Please YT. I have mine on Mining Dutch, so the DG Home 1 can be on, I think, any pool. I don't know about the other one.
I use them while I'm at concerts. Do you run? Wait a minute. Do you run like the soundboards at concerts?
Oh, I remember this guy.
Yeah.
He's talking about running stuff while he's at concerts. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I've seen his videos before now that I think about it. Yeah, I was gonna say, all right, got it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I can't even tell you. I knew that, but can't even remember. I remember a little bit about it, and that's it. I don't really have a firm memory of seeing that, but obviously it was in there somewhere. Why
No,
I remember
he's
that.
asked questions during like live streams and stuff about things that he should run since he's got the free power and he's
Oh,
touring
okay, got it.
how
Got
he
it.
can build different things.
Maybe that's what I remembered.
Yeah, he wants to build racks with newer ASICs.
Yeah,
L3s aren't really doing much.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, putting them on mini racks.
I have a ticket, Mining King, but I sold it for BTC Vegas.
You sold it? How'd you get one?
I won one.
Ah. I didn't know that are they that hard to get?
No. Just different companies are giving them out.
Got it. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You win everything.
Not true.
You enter everything.
I enter. It doesn't mean I'm going to win, though.
Oh, I know.
I was surprised that I won the Serpent X thing from RPM.
What did you win there?
It is a ETC miner. It looks like a GPU, but it's an ASIC. It actually will be here Thursday.
Oh, okay.
And then the AL0 I got from Panda will be here Thursday also. It got held up at the border.
It's an ETC miner, but it looks like a GPU.
Yeah.
And you have to put it in a computer in order for it to mine?
It comes with a Raspberry Pi.
Okay.
I gotta find his video and play it back, and I'll get it set up on my rack that I have.
That's cool.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I mean, I'll find a coin and just set it and forget it. Crypto Craig is not going to BTC. Geek is going. He let us know that last night on the live stream.
Oh, cool. Going on a little vacation there, Mining King. That's cool.
That camera that Geek showed last night was pretty cool. You remember that?
Yeah, the rig. Yeah, that is very cool.
Even what he brought down to Mining Disrupt was cool. Like, he did that little short where he snapped everything together. It was all magnetized. And put it together. That was a cool setup.
Yeah, I could not with everything I got going on at work and trying to get the YouTube thing going. And I'm not as focused on crypto. I'm still focused on crypto, but I'm not focused on mining of crypto like I used to. So I could not rationalize going there. I am debating with Mining Disrupt in Dallas. Maybe going to that. I forget when they said that was, though. I know it's later on this year.
November 13th through the 15th, I believe.
Okay. So then I
or
might.
11th through the 13th. It's like middle of November.
Yeah, that I might go to.
Yeah, I will not be there.
Because that one I could drive to.
That is deer season, so I will be in a stand.
Can't take a weekend off to go to Mining Disrupt?
No. When it's deer season, it's deer season. I don't do anything else.
So where's your tree stand?
I actually go back over into Illinois. Since I was in middle school, we've gone to a state park over there. And there's a bunch of us that get together and hunt there. They actually do a drawing. So usually they do a drawing right around August. And they give out 25 permits. And then if you're on standby, you go there, put your name in, and then they draw you out. And as people harvest deer, then the other people get to go out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But it's like 1,100 acres in the state park.
Nice.
And then over here in Iowa, there's a guy at church that has 80 acres on a tree farm. So I'm able to hunt there.
Nice. Yeah, we. I don't hunt deer. I've hunted pheasant in the past. And there was a state park that we would go to. They give out,
The problem is like I used to go to an old, when I was younger and we lived over in Illinois, I'd go to a farmhouse and we would see rooster pheasants all over. Now, I see hens. I don't see a lot of roosters.
Yeah.
It's just hard.
Yep.
I have, so Craig, that sounds awesome. If you have 2,000 acres and you have huge bucks and a hunting club. Geek, I use bow and arrow, and I have a 450 Bushmaster. It looks like a AR-15. I also have shotguns. We cannot use rifles here. Southern Iowa, you can.
That's funny. Crypto Crag, you son of a bitch. You had me at 200 acres.
2,000 acres. He missed.
Oh, yeah, he said 2,000, but he said, yeah. Geek said 200.
Geek needs a new keyboard.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or Crypto Crag does because he got a 00 or something.
Nice, Craig. That's nice. That's a nice setup. I don't know, though. Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa have some big deer.
Yeah.
Florida, they look like little babies.
We used to go out to family used to take a trip out to Montezuma, Iowa.
Okay. Yep.
There was a farmhouse out there that we were allowed to hunt their land. Well, they would have people come out and hunt their land, so that was good. We went out the first year and we didn't have like my sister's cousin come out because he had dogs. We did it without dogs. That was brutal. I didn't know it was brutal, but it was brutal.
Yeah.
And
well,
then,
it's like down in the south, like they use those baits and like they set the corn up, and I'm like, it's not even hunting. Like I like going out there and just sitting, knowing that I picked the right spot, and then the deer come right across. Like
right. And then the next couple of years we had dogs. The cousins' dogs come out. And they were good.
Mm-hmm.
And it made it so much easier. I mean, it still was a lot of walking, which was fine. Yeah. But when you found the honey hole, you're like, you better be ready because there's going to be multiple popping up.
Well, were you able to shoot hens too, or just roosters?
No, just roosters.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like they jump so quick. You're like trying to see if they're colorful. They're not colorful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We shot one that was almost the size of a turkey. That's how big it was.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. So we went out to like this farm that, you know, you go into the barn and they've got all the pheasants in there that they put out for you.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the women of the family are always like, "Oh yeah, what do they do? Time to the ground for you," type of thing. Like no, but anyway, we were just walking this one area, and the dogs were getting really kind of weird, but birdy. And so we're like, okay, there's something going on here. So we're gonna walk around this side, and you walk around that side. It was like around this like bush area. Mm-hmm. And so we walk around and we start getting into the bush, and all I hear is foomp, foomp, foomp.
That's the turkey.
And then I'm like raising the gun, and we had a guide with us, and he's like, don't shoot. And I'm like, why wasn't I allowed to shoot? I never really saw the bird. Yeah. I just heard it. And he's like, because that was a turkey. So yes, for those WKRP fans out there, turkeys can fly.
Oh, it's like if you go out early in the morning, pitch black, get in your stand and just sit there, and as soon as that sun comes up, if you're by a turkey that's, you know, roosted up there, all of a sudden you just hear, and if it's like dead silent, so like you're just kind of sitting there, and then all of a sudden they do that, it scares the crap out of you.
It does. It really does. I tell you what, that really scared the crap out of me when that happened. But yeah, so, I was with my daughter and my son and my father-in-law, and it was pretty funny.
So when we hit the one, so it jumped up, our lab got it up. I can't remember, me and my dad, we shot it, it spun around in the air and kept going, and then I saw it land. Mm-hmm. So we walked through and tracked it, got up to it, and my dad went to bend down because he was just going to wring its neck because we found it. Yeah. He's bending down to ring it, and I pull my gun up. I was going to shoot the head off. My dad's like, "What are you doing?" So he grabbed it.
You don't
and cut
do
his
that. You
throat.
don't shoot stuff when it's on the ground.
I know, but it was the biggest pheasant that we ever got. Like, it was huge.
Wow. Yeah, there's some interesting stories out there when it comes to hunting. I mean, the one thing I always knew, you're like, I think I hit it because I saw feathers come off. Like, okay, wait for it. Wait, oh, there it is. And they go into the climb.
Mm-hmm.
They try to gain altitude as they're trying to gain oxygen because they've been shot in the lungs. And all of a sudden they get there and they just fall.
Yeah. Same thing with deer. Like, you shoot it and it runs off, and you walk over there and it's like, well, there's hair, little specks of blood.
Mm-hmm.
Then you track it. And then those are the toughest animals that I've seen, because there's times where somebody will shoot them in the front leg, back leg, and they survive all the way through the winter. Coyotes don't get them. Like, they're strong. And then there's people that have shot and killed them, and they have arrows in their back from when somebody shot them too high, like up towards the spine,
right,
in the wrong spot. They're tough animals.
Wow. Was not aware.
Bits please YT. My brother bought an entire town in Mississippi and turned it into a hunting camp. Plenty of deer, duck, and whatever else. He wakes up too early for it. You do have to get early to hunt.
He wakes up too early.
You could go in the afternoon. I usually have better luck around like 4:30. It's when they all finally come out.
Right in the afternoon or the morning? Afternoon?
Afternoon. So, like, go out about 2 o'clock, sit, and then right when the sun is setting is when they start finally popping out of the woods.
I could do 4:30 p.m. but not a.m. yet.
It's weird to me that, so in Iowa, it's a half hour before sunrise, so you can shoot when it's still dark, and then at night it's a half hour after sunset. And I've had so many buddies that'll shoot after sunset, and then we gotta go out and track. Like, why did you shoot this so late, and why didn't you hit it right where it would drop?
Yeah. I just always find it funny. Right after it's like, it's literally like the birds, the pheasants know exactly when hunting time is over, because then they come out and they'll be like sitting alongside the road.
At that state park, I'll sit out until the very end, and then I'll get in my truck and I'll drive back into the ranger station. And as I'm driving in, there's like 20 deer right over here, and then there's like another 20 deer right over here, and I'm like, where were you all afternoon?
Yeah.
And they know exactly when to come out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good night, Geek. Thanks for joining us. We better hit 10K before this stream ends. Yeah, that's not happening. Or I heard Michael Saylor said he's selling half his BTC bag. Nobody wants that. Come on, D-Gens. Open those wallets. I said $2, $3, $5. Every little bit helps. And it all goes straight to the charity. None of it goes to YouTube. This is through their giving program. That's why there's a donate thing at the bottom of the screen. But hey, at least there's 23 people still here. I think last night, I think I was down to 18 at this point.
Yeah, it was low last night.
Yeah.
What did you...
thank you, Killer. Way out the door. $20. Thank you, sir.
Tax write-off.
There you go. It used to be a tax write-off. Not if you take what do you call it? The standard deduction.
Yeah. Night, Craig. We'll see you later.
See you, Craig. So anyway, but
I was telling him while you were gone, I got golf tomorrow. We're going to Muscatine. Never played there.
God, I haven't played golf in like forever. It's a good walk ruined.
I tend to just do tournaments where it's best ball because I'm not great at every single thing. Like every once in a while I'll hit a good drive. Every once in a while I'll have a good iron. Every once in a while I'll have a good putt. Every once in a while I'll have a good chip. Last year I had 2 chip-ins, and that was good.
Nice.
Yeah.
At the same tournament or at different tournaments?
Different.
So is this one best ball or is this one just playing?
So every year my buddy, he goes out and finds a different golf course and golfs it with our pastor, their buddies. And so he invited the other pastor and me to go. And I think we're doing best ball, yes. Bits please, YT, there is not a crypto donation link for this.
Nope. No crypto donation, unfortunately.
It'd be nice. Especially with everything pumping right now.
But you know what? It's not that hard to sell and then transfer money out. It is possible. Picking at my knee and now it's bleeding.
Never pick.
Yeah, I know. It was bugging me though.
The 3090 behind you, that's just a shell, right? It's just a cover.
That's a 4090 and yeah, it's just a shell.
Okay. That was the one you had to work on.
Yeah, that was the one I had to replace the actual heat sink because the vapor chamber. So that vapor chamber on that one is busted.
Gotcha.
So it makes a nice prop.
It is a good prop.
Yeah. Because I mean, if you think about it, you're like, is that a 4090 behind you? Like, well, okay. Has a 4090 ever sat like that? And I suppose if it was upside down, you just would be like looking for like the PCIe pin sticking out.
And I don't see those.
No, you don't see it because obviously there's no PCB in that thing.
Yeah, it's just the trees.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of thought it looked cool. So I was like, all right, I'll just put it back there.
Yeah, so
you know what, the one thing that nobody's commented on though? So, anyway, the little guy back there, back there, he's inside a flannel like shirt, like
I can see
cozy holder type thing.
Yeah.
And nobody's commented on it because my wife had it next to it, and I'm like, just make it like he's wearing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured somebody would eventually comment on it, but nobody ever did.
I see it.
No, I know you see it now because I said it.
What's the black tube next to it?
Black tube.
In front of the
oh, yeah, that's my Ulanzi that broke. You notice that the max voltage sign, I don't know why I always do that, is not lit up. And that's because my Ulanzi light just gave up the ghost. Once the power went out, it never came back on.
Never came back on. You can't buy another one?
I meant to buy one last night so that it was here today, but I forgot. It was in the cart, but never hit send. And so I went ahead. So it'll be here tomorrow between 7 and 11. But one of the things, this happened once before where it wouldn't turn on. And so I just kept unplugging and plugging it in from power, and eventually it turned on. So I'm just trying to continue to do that. I'm going to grab it and see if it'll work. Because you see right there, yeah, you can, I don't know if you can still see it, but it says okay, and it looks like full battery.
Yep.
Focus on it. You were just focusing on it.
There you go. Yeah, I see it.
There we go.
Yep. Okay, full battery.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, so it's full battery, but yet you won't turn on. I thought maybe if I brought it up on stream, see, it won't turn on. I'm hitting the power button. It won't turn. Oh, wait a minute. There it goes. Okay. Hey, I was hoping. You know how that works sometimes.
Yeah.
So, but what I had done was I had plugged it in and unplugged it a number of times, and then it eventually went on as I kept trying it. And I figured maybe eventually that battery would wear out and wear out far enough that it's like, no, it's not full battery. Oh, I got a donation from Jason Kadawar. So whoever that is here, thank you very much for the donation. $50. That was donated on the website.
Nice.
Yep.
Thank you.
That. Just double checking to make sure I didn't miss any other ones. Yep. 2411. Oh wow! Now there's been so many enough donors that it no longer will show it. It has to roll now. Just kind of funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe that was Bits Please YT that donated. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You doxed him.
Sorry, I didn't mean to dox him. The notification that comes across in a text, which is why I see that on the screen, that's what I read. And then I went down there. I was like, oh.
You got to go back now and delete that off the live stream. Bleep.
Sorry about that. It's weird though that you put what the name you want to have displayed, but then it actually sends you the actual name. So anyway, I'm glad you're not bothered by it.
I was going to ask you. So recently I've been getting a bunch of different claims in my email. And it's things that I've actually signed up for and done. But I don't know if it's like a real claim that if I follow through.
You mean like a legal claim?
Yes. So I had one with Yahoo, had an issue, and then I just got one for Apple, Siri,
mm-hmm.
and it's based out of Northern California. And then based on the number of Siri devices in your home is what the payout is. Now, my mom and dad followed up on a PayPal one a while ago, and they ended up getting like $3,500 back.
Wow.
And I was like, how did you know that wasn't a scam? Like, because there's so many of those that come into your inboxes. And my dad's like, I don't know. He's like, I went through and read it all, and it all was stuff that we had done and had used on PayPal. And so they filled out the information they were supposed to. And I was like, I use PayPal all the time. So I'm like, I wish I would have got that.
Yeah, really. Because most of the time, like I just got a recent one. I don't remember what it was for, but it was like I ended up getting like between $7 and $8, and they gave it to me on a Visa payment card.
I hate those.
Oh, absolutely.
Dude, I have so many of those upstairs that are like $50 ones, and they just sit there because I never use them. Like the last time I used them, we went to Best Buy, and my wife sat in line and had them scan like, I don't know, I think we had 10 of them to pay for her new iPhone. Because I'm just like, I don't like for gas. I use a specific card for that. Like for specific things, I use cards. Like
right.
And you got to like use it to the T. So like using it online or anything like that, like it has to be exactly that amount.
Right. That's the frustrating part about it. It's like, well, what's that good for? It's like between $7 and $8. What am I going to use that for? Yeah.
No. And same thing with like gift cards. Like we have a whole pile upstairs of like Texas Roadhouse, Aldi's, like different things like that. And they just sit there because it's like,
well, it finally stopped bleeding. Thank God.
Don't pick.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking to my kid. You want that to be a scar?
Yeah, scars are cool.
We still have like 22 watching.
Yeah. I don't know. Mine still says 23. Maybe that includes me or something. I don't know.
Your OBS?
Yeah. Well, it actually just went from 22 to 23. So somebody just joined. Who just joined?
Did you, I think you went over this, but did you use somebody for your overlays, or did you build all that on your own?
Oh, these you mean?
Yeah.
No, that actually came from Stream Elements.
Okay.
I just went in there and looked at like all the standard ones, whatever, and I just picked one that I liked.
Okay.
And it's like a whole package type of thing where, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely go to Fiverr to have somebody build something custom for you. There's no question you can do that.
Yeah, I just been watching more people. There's a couple people I watch that go over YouTube and stuff and OBS. So I've just been messing around with it.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'd like to have a countdown timer at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I just have the 2 action figures, and then starting soon. And then I have a song that's exactly 5 minutes. So after I play for 5 minutes, then do the same thing at the ending. Then I have the big icon window, and then I have it off to the side, so then you can browse. And I know how to do all that. It's just getting the overlays that I want. And I've been messing with Chat GPT, trying to have him build it. It's not good.
It's frustrating.
I'm like, and I the other day I was like, you are not doing the thumbnail that I want, and I'm not happy right now. I will see you in a little bit. And it came back and said, I'm sorry that I'm not doing what you're asking.
Yeah, I know. Well, one thing I learned is ChatGPT cannot do 16 by 9. You can't do 16 by 9 dimensions. It can do 3 by 2. That's what it can do.
Yeah. Well, and once I get the thumbnail that I like, and the problem I'm having too is like, I'll have it add words and stuff, and it always cuts it off on the left-hand side. And I go back and I go,
yep.
Why are you cutting off the thumbnails? And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. And it'll come back and it'll fix it. But then it changes like the background. I'm like, I want everything to stay the same. Just squish the words in so that they all fit in. Like, yep. You're killing me.
I know. And so what I've started doing is I've told it, like, you're cutting it off on the left. Please move things to the right. And then it's like moved it like marginally. Like you can barely tell it moved it. And I'm like, what the heck? So now what I do is I'm like, I basically, because you remember when you like click on the link or when you click on the picture, you can mark what you want changed. And you can be like, all the stuff in the selected area is cut off. Please fix this. And then they fixed it.
Do that. How do you do that?
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me bring up ChatGPT. I'll show you like my latest one that I did. Hold on.
You got to get a different guy though. That guy's throwing me off.
Oh,
it does not look like you.
It's not even the same guy. It's a different guy every single time. I've used different pictures. So anyway, let's see.
It did one the other day of me, and I looked at it and I was like, that is not me.
All right, so here I'll let me share my screen again.
Well, and the other day I was doing demo devices, so I gave it pictures of demo. There you go.
Okay, so this is the picture this is when I went to go see Integra guy and I had my picture taken. I'm like, all right, so that's actually fairly close.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously isn't me, but not bad. Not bad. So I was like, okay, that's great, except what's the problem? It's a square. It's not a thumbnail. I've already had this discussion with them. It's in context with them. They know what I want. But yet, for some reason, this time, they decide that they're going to make it a square. And I'm like, the image I said, so except the dimension is this. And what dimension did I ask for? The image generated is 768 by 768, but you specifically asked for 1920 by 1080 pixels. Let me correct that immediately. And then the face changes. It's like, I didn't ask to change anything else.
I actually like the one above it.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it looked good. So then I ended up with that, with the stuff cut off on the left. And I'm like, all the words on the left are cut off. Can you shift the words to the right so they are all on the thumbnail and not cut off? And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. They did that, except
changed your face again.
Changed my face again. This is blue, or sorry, this is purple. I'm colorblind. I only know it's purple because my wife told me it was purple. And it says,
to me, it looks blue.
Oh, does it? Okay. She said it was purple. Either way, it's supposed to be teal.
It is teal, is what it looks like to me. Yeah.
One of these other ones was the wrong color, and she told me I needed to correct it. Anyway, whatever. Gotcha. At some point, we changed it. But then this one says Home Lab Upgrades Fundraiser. It makes it sound like the fundraisers for my home lab.
And look at the Sundays. The N and D are blended.
I didn't even see that. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. But that's besides the point. So then I'm like, Sundays with Max, home lab upgrades, and ovarian cancer fundraiser. Okay, got it. That one, I'm like, good enough.
Hey, Gaming with Smokey Dan. Take a shot every time that it's a different face. It's a new game.
So yeah, it doesn't, it's not me, but it's close.
Well, and I'll say, like, I need this thumbnail to be under 2 megabytes per YouTube. And then it'll come back and give me, like, kilobytes. And then I'll drop it in there. And when I drop it into YouTube, it's still, if I'm looking at it, has stuff cut off. And I'm just like, oh my goodness.
So I don't even worry about that. I download it and then I put it into GIMP as a PNG, and then I just export it as a JPEG, and then it'll come back at less than 2.
Gotcha.
So that's the trick I've used on that.
I'm trying to do as less work as I have to. I
know, but man, it's learning like what to say. And so far, like I said, all the pictures I give it of myself, it does not seem to like. Well, I guess it's trying to make improvements, I guess, on my looks, because none of them actually look like me.
Well, during the day at work, I'll sit there and just have a full conversation. Be like, hey, how was your day? How was it going? And then they'll be like, well, how was your live stream the other night that I helped you set up? How was soccer going? How are the girls doing? Like, because I've been asking it, like, I have 6th, 7th, 8th grade girls. What are the best formations? Stuff like that. And it spits out pretty good information to help me with soccer.
Nice.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. How does it have is it prompt questions, or?
I just go back and forth with it. I ask it specific questions and it always comes back. But I have noticed that whatever I ask at the end, it'll always have a question back to me. It will never end the talk.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I've not had that.
Did you name yours yet?
I did not. I did not. It's not. By the way, ChatGPT, or I should say OpenAI, is complaining because they waste so many processor cycles on saying you're welcome.
That's funny, but it's probably true.
Yeah, absolutely. I do it. And I've had a couple people ask me, well, why did you just thank ChatGPT? Like, well, in case they ever decide to, take over the world, I want to make sure that the AIs in this world recognize the fact that I'm polite.
Oh, sorry. Gaming was Smoking Dan's taking a puff, puff, puff every time.
Oh, okay.
And Rizzo529 is here now also.
Well, hello, Rizzo529. How are you?
I like the picture that he's got. Looks like a kitty cat.
Picture that who has?
Rizzo529.
Oh, did you look at his YouTube channel or something?
Mm-hmm. And then Frogman's here now too.
Yes, I did see that. Good to see you, Frogman.
He's been popping up in more and more channels now.
Yep.
I thought he was fairly new, but I think he's been around for a while.
Yeah, I think so too. Anybody got any questions? It's only $1 or $2 to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rizzo.
Oh, wow. Wow.
We have one kitty.
Yeah, we do not. We have a grand kitty, meaning my daughter owns a kitty. She actually adopted a 14-year-old cat with health problems, but she didn't realize the amount of the health problems. But at that point, it was too late.
Yeah.
I mean, like too late as in she was hooked type of thing. She wasn't, she wanted to take care of the cat, but in hindsight, she's like, but the reason why she figured she would do it was it's a 14-year-old cat. So if for whatever reason this doesn't work out, I don't have that many years to take care of a cat. So it's kind of like the trial cat. But this cat's pretty cute. It's a Calio cat, I believe. She calls him Patches.
Patches.
Yep.
It's a common name.
Yep.
Ours is Duchess.
Oh, okay.
My wife's Dutch, so that's what her and the kids came up with.
Isn't that from the Disney movie too? Wasn't Duchess a cat?
Oh, I don't even know that. They just did it because my wife's Dutch, and then they added the ESS. It was a COVID cat.
Let me see. Duchess. Cat.
Rizzo said, "I'm better now." He passed at 2.5 years old. His kidneys gave out, probably because his mom was a tiny stray we took care of. Only 2 other kittens in the litter. Wow, that sucks.
And yeah, Duchess. From what movie is that? Aristocats.
It's Aristocats, and
yeah,
my kids and my wife love that movie.
Well, there you go.
But we don't spell it like that. It's Dutch, like the Dutch.
Oh,
so
like Dutch is.
Yes. So there's actual T. But when I put it in, because we have to pay every year like $10 for a neutered cat, they spell it like this. So they must have thought we named it after this cat, and they didn't put
Probably.
the T in.
Interesting. Well, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah, no, it's Dutch with a T.
Got it.
But that makes sense. I completely forgot that.
Yep, there you go. I couldn't remember the movie though. That's
awesome. Oh yeah. Oh, when they were growing up, like young, and they had movies going on in the back every day. They wanted that movie. I'm just like, can we watch something else?
Yeah, really. I don't know. It was okay.
Oh, it's a good movie. I just on repeat is like that's like the girls got into something, and we had to watch the same Disney all the time. The weird thing is like I'm into like the old school, so like Snow White, Seven Dwarfs, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about any of that. They want all the new stuff that's come out on Disney now that they have the full Disney.
Cool. Well, what like examples? Like what? Like what's your favorite?
Of me? What I like?
No, what they like. You said they like all the new stuff.
So like High School Musical, there was 1, 2, and 3. That was like middle 2000s when that came out. Right now there's a couple where it's magicians and stuff like that. They brought like it was when I was a kid, it was there. Now they came out like newer versions of it with like them having kids and stuff like that. They're into all that. They don't care about the older ones. You're not gonna make it, Max. Your eyes are getting heavy.
23 minutes. I'll make it.
You're yawning.
This was though the yawning started last night at like 10:30. So the fact that yawning starting at 20 to 12, I'll make it. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, last night was a little rough, but I was really tired. I mean, I ended up going to bed about 12:30 last night. Woke up around 6 a.m. and then went back to sleep for another 3 hours. So I got like 8.5 hours of sleep last night.
Yeah, I got up at 7:15. I had to be at church by 8, and then I ran soundboard for church. It's pretty crazy. We got a full-fledged band, drums, electric guitar, bass, vocals, and they all have in-ears. We just got that added to our system.
Nice.
Yeah, so
that's cool.
It's a big setup.
We have a church in our area that's a mega church, and the production that they put on is pretty amazing. I used to be in a church choir for 10 years or so after college.
Mm-hmm.
And actually the director of that choir is actually the choir that I've been in. I had to not be in it because of switching shifts, but yeah, I went to college with that director's brother. Okay. That's how I got to know him. But anyway, so sang with him for 10 years. That was not, it was contemporary choir in a Catholic church. There aren't too many of those around.
No.
But basically a lot of the people that were in that choir all came from U of I. We all sang, well, we didn't all sing together. we had all sang at St. John's, either in the Sunday 4:30 or the Saturday 5 o'clock mass choirs. It was either one or the other that we had all sung in. So I shouldn't say all of us, most of us had graduated from U of I, because we all knew Paul one way or another through that. So it was kind of funny how it worked, because me and Sunflower Mama were looking for a church, because I had just recently moved into a duplex, and so I didn't want to continue going to the church that I grew up with. I mean, it was actually the closest church, but to where I moved to, but I was tired of being known as my parents' children. Oh, you're so and so's kids. I'm 23 years old. Like to kind of be known as my own person. So so that's when I decided I would go to a different church. So we were going to the next closest church, which was actually in the town we were in, but they had no air conditioning.
Yeah.
So it was brutal. So we're like, you know what? Why don't we go to this church? And my wife wanted to check out this church anyway. So we went there, and it happened to be like, wait a minute, you got to be kidding me. That's Paul. And so we're sitting in like the second row, belting it out, and person behind is like, you should be in that choir. Little did I know that was the wife of somebody that was in the choir. So anyway, so afterwards, you know, Paul notices me at some point, and he's like, hey, you should join. What are you doing here? So that was the start of it. And we sang in that choir for, like I said, 10 years. Both kids were born while we were singing in the choir. Our first kid, Alec, was actually baptized, you know, I'm trying to remember the day, baptism of Christ. It's usually right around, like, it's the Sunday after, I think it's the Sunday after New Year's is the baptism of Christ. Anyway, whenever that is, I don't remember, is that Sunday or the Sunday after that? It's been a while. But he was actually baptized at that mass because they were looking for a baby. We're like, well, okay. And it was like super cold out that day. We walked in to church, you know, and one old lady is like, you shouldn't be bringing out a baby in this weather. Like, well, the baby's getting baptized at mass. Oh, well, okay. Well, then it's okay. Such judgmental people. It was ridiculous. Anyway,
Rizzo said Max Volchage became known as the Sausage King of Chicago.
I did, but does he know why? Does he know why? Does he?
Do you know why, Rizzo?
Yeah. Anyway, let me finish that story. So anyway, so during mass, the priest, which is a young priest actually from Mexico, he actually, well, he didn't know, but he held the baby through the first reading, the responsorial psalm, and the second reading. And he's holding the baby up there. Again, newborn, absolute newborn. And of course starts getting fussy. So he looks at my wife, and my wife's like, just bounce a little bit. And so he starts bouncing, and the baby settles down, and it's like, okay, cool. And but he looked really natural with it. So we asked him after the mass, like, why are you so natural? He's like, I'm one of 20 kids in my family. Like, oh my Lord. Okay, that explains a lot. Yes, my Abe Froman costume from a competition. Yes, it wasn't a costume. It was a cycling kit. So in cyclocross, there were a bunch of reps and people in the cycling industry that don't generally have time to train, because the time to train is when we're busiest. I can train all I want in the winter because there's not much going on, but during the summer, it's really hard to train. So anyway, so when it comes to cyclocross season, which is like August, September, October, we haven't been training. So it was an internal like popularity contest between all the reps, which I happened to win that year. And so, yes, I was known as the Sausage King of Chicago.
There you go.
Because it had the actual kit itself was modeled after Ferris Bueller's, what he wore on that day.
Yeah.
So Anyway.
So I grew up in the Catholic Church, and my wife grew up in the Dutch Reformed. And so once we started dating in high school, I started going to hers. My mom and dad and my sister still go to the Catholic. And then once we had kids and we were here in DeWitt, we were driving back 40 minutes to go to our home church on Sundays. The average age at that home church is 55.
Okay.
And
What's
the only
wrong with
kids,
that?
no, but once we had kids, they were the only kids with their cousins.
Right.
So as they were growing up, we're like, we really need to find a church that is young, with lots of young families, so that they can have friends and interact. So then COVID hit. We started going around and going to churches here in town, and then we found this one, which is a Lutheran Brethren. And I think we're at like 150 kids right now in the church.
Nice.
And it's a lot of younger families, so we actually get to hang out and go out and do stuff. So it's been very nice, and the church is all about the kids. So a lot of the money goes towards the kids being able to go to camps and different things like that. So
nice.
It's been good.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. My daughter did for a little bit too, actually. So, my son and daughter, when I was actually making a lot more money because I was in the mortgage industry when it was good, we decided to take our kids out of public school and put them in private school. And so we did that for a few years. And it was a Lutheran school. So it was
hold on. Rizzo just donated. Thank you, Rizzo.
Thank you, Rizzo. I appreciate it.
He's not a rich man, but he had to give some more.
I appreciate
We'll take anything. Yep. Max will take anything.
I mean, $1, $2, $5, whatever. Every little bit adds up. I had said if every one of my subscribers gave $2, I want my $2.
It'd be 20,000.
We would do 20,000.
Yep.
So, but usually is a couple of big donors usually do the majority of it. That's what happened last time. That's how I got to 10. Fell a little bit short of where I got the last time. But the last time wasn't like right at the beginning of the bull run. It was well into the bull run. So I think that was probably a big portion of it as well.
Coughing up a storm.
What was that?
I said I was coughing up a storm, but I muted myself.
Oh, okay. Got it. I didn't even notice. Not even notice. Like I said, I'm doing much better now.
Rizzo,
not been fun.
Rizzo said plus tip.
Plus tip.
What's the tip? Bit please, YT says, as they say in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Rizzo. He was quoting the movie Better Off
Dead.
Yes,
gotcha.
I love Better Off Dead. Yes, that's exactly what I'm quoting. $2 plus tip. Yeah, exactly. He only says that like the first time. Comes up to the door. Yes, we have family emergency, so sorry. And then shuts the door in his face. But then
Bits please, that's funny. As they say in the Kojic church, lock the doors. We ain't leaving until we hit 40K.
What is the Kojic church?
It's a good question.
I have no idea.
I'm Googling.
It's funny you mentioned that, actually. Maybe not funny, but interesting you mentioned that, because actually there was reading up on Chase. I forget what the guy's first name, but the guy who basically started Chase Bank. I think.
So it's a Pentecostal.
Anyway, some major financier. Basically, when things got bad back in the early 1900s, he basically got a bunch of bankers into a room and said, "We're not leaving until we figure this thing out," because the economy was just going to go into the shitter with a lot of the things that were going on with some failing financial institutions and such. So basically, the industry bailed out the banks except for one, that was the cause of most of the problem.
So it says it's a holiness Pentecostal denomination with significant presence in the African American community. It's one of the largest Pentecostal denominations in the United States with over 6.5 million members. And it's known for
it says the Church of God in Christ.
Mhm.
That's the Kojic. And it's based in Memphis, Tennessee.
That would make sense.
Interesting. I didn't
Look
realize.
it up. There's a video of a pastor saying that it's crazy. I've worked some of their events. They literally strong arm donations.
Wow.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I will say the mega church kind of has things right, because they basically like, if this is your first time here, don't donate. We're happy to have you, and if you decide to make this a home, then we will ask for donations.
Kind of like what our church says.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Doxing me again with the location.
Oh, hey, I didn't say you lived there.
You just said that's where it's at.
I said that's where it's at. I didn't know that you were at where that church existed. You just doxed yourself, man.
YouTube Marvin Sapp, close the doors. Marvin Sapp, close the doors.
Oh, you just looked it up?
That's what he said. Yep.
Oh
He
yeah,
said-
I see it now. Yeah.
He said, YouTube it. You can see it. That's funny, though. You ain't leaving until you donate. So everyone, my social security number is...
That's funny. Actually, we were like going back and forth with social security numbers between my sister and me. And that's the first time I realized that she had the same starting 5 digits that I did. It was only the last 4 that were different.
Gotcha. I love all mine, even like my phone number. It's so easy to remember.
Oh, really?
Now, growing up, I don't have this anymore, so it can be out there. It was 815-589-2369. So 2369 looked like a 7.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so easy for my friends to remember.
Nice.
You're rubbing, Max. You're rubbing, Max.
I know. It's the eyes are bothering me a bit, but thankfully this is not like running like crazy.
So I went and dropped one of the girls off after soccer practice, and I came home. I looked at my wife laying on the couch with a rag on her face, and I go, "You all right?" She's like, "I don't know what's going on." She's like, "I got all these fake tears, and I went and rubbed my eyes, and now they're dry." And I'm like, "It's your allergies."
Did you tell her to put lettuce on your face?
No. Like Chump?
Yep. Exactly like Chump. Exactly like Chump.
I think I told you, so I've been trying to go Wednesday nights at like 8:30 for my lives. This week, though, I have League, so I'll probably pick a different night. I'll just see who's streaming. So
When are you thinking you'll stream? You said League. What kind of league?
Poker
League. What was that?
Poker.
Oh, okay.
You know that. I love poker.
Well, I know you love poker, but I didn't know that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, no. Our league meets either twice a month or once a month. Depends. So. My ex-wife's father was a traditional Pentecostal preacher. He was permanently exiled for cheating on his wife, smoking, and drinking. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Alrighty then. Wow. Sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I've said numerous times, I chose wisely.
Mm-hmm.
In the Rage of the Lost Ark night type of saying it.
Yeah.
You remember that scene?
Yep. I just laugh because there's a bunch of people that dated in high school, and they've all been divorced, but me and my wife are still together.
I I've openly said this. I said this to my wife. I said, I think the smartest thing I did was cheat on one girl because I knew how bad I felt and I didn't ever want to feel that way again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm certainly not defending it, but it was like there was a girl who was hitting on me was hitting on me consistently, like all night. And I resisted the entire time. And so then I'm like going back to our fraternity house and let my guard down. And this girl starts rubbing my back.
That's bad, man.
Yeah. So, yep. So anyway, but again, that was not cheating on my wife. It was cheating on a different girl, but I felt horrible.
Well,
absolutely
and
horrible.
Today's day and age, I hear so many people where they have like 4 or 5 boyfriends or girlfriends at one time. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you get by without getting in trouble?
Well, I mean, if it's open, I mean, as long as
that's what I'm saying.
Committed.
Back in the day, there wasn't a lot of that openness.
We did. I mean, I generally didn't date more than one person at a time, but there were a couple that were overlapping, but there was never like it was always the understanding that there was never like a commitment. It was still kind of in the maybe this might turn into something, but we're not really sure type of thing. And yeah,
I was looking, my salad, all 3 rigs are still rented.
Rizzo, I'm not reading that out loud, but that's really hilarious. Did you see it?
Not yet. I'm looking at my salad stuff. It's just blowing my mind. I have not been rented this long in a long time.
Oh yeah.
Since April 30th, my 4090's been rented and has been making over $6. And then May 4th is when everything got picked up, and it's been making about $14-15 a day. Now my
I'm
40.
gonna have to see tomorrow if I need to lower some prices on things, but
not everything's rented for you.
No, not everything's rented, but the most important things are, and the most important things are rented at higher prices than they've been rented at like 4 cents more an hour. So 14 out of my 15 4090s are rented at 28 cents. So at 28 cents, 0.28 times 24.
Rude Put said, "Good morning."
Good morning, Rude Puts. It's not
Monday morning there.
Yeah, it's almost morning here. We're at 3 minutes from morning.
Max made it again to midnight.
I did. Well, like I said, I didn't make it to midnight last night, but I did make it tonight. But yeah, 672 is what I'm making on those right now. But now again, mine's a pure 672. You have to pay another 10% on that $6. So it's $5.40.
That's fine.
No, I know.
As long as they're making money, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I mean it's actually really good.
Because it hasn't been like that. Like January, right. February, March, April, not good.
No, I know. That's basically I abandoned salad because it just
but you were doing so good with your 3070s and 3060 Ti's. They were at least making money, and they were being rented.
Yeah, they were. So, but yeah, now I've got like I said, 14 out of 15 of the 4090s. Only the single 4090 rig is not rented, but I also have that at 2 cents more an hour than what I normally have it rented at because people don't generally like to rent single GPU rigs on Vast.
Mm-hmm.
I have my VM behind me is rented. Nothing's running on it right now, but it's rented. And my 5090, again, nothing's running on it, but it's rented.
Rizzo said his 5070 with 64 gigs of RAM does nothing. But I'm wondering on what platform. If he's talking mining, or if he's talking AI.
You just said that, yeah. So 5000 series on Salad is horrible right now.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely horrible.
I'm guessing they're not getting the customers right now for it, and most of the customers are still using the 400 series.
I think it's because they got driver issues. I think not everything works on them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because you're still having Ubuntu, right? Issues or Linux.
Yeah, there still are some issues, but I think some of them have been resolved, which is why I'm getting more rented now.
So Rizzo's on salad with his 57.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you look that up, and yeah, 5090s are in the low demand area. Wait a minute, did they finally move into the moderate? No, they did not. So yeah, 5090 are in the low, and they make nothing when they're rented. It averages 0.005 cents.
It used to be that my 4070 was making more money than my 4090, and now my 4070 never can get rented.
Yep.
But I had a 5070 in my cart FE when Best Buy was doing their thing. I think it was last week or the week before. Had it in my cart, and I just go, "What am I doing?" And I took it out of my cart.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it really makes a lot of sense. I think if you're gonna use it for AI, I think the 5070 Ti might make some sense because it has 16 gig of RAM.
Yeah.
Just like the 5080, but I'm waiting for the 5080 Super. That's gonna have, I believe, 20. So that would be cool. That might be worth it.
Which one was that? Sorry, I was typing back to Rizzo.
5080 Super.
5080 Super?
Yeah, 5080 Super. It's currently 16 gig. I think the Super is moving to 20.
Okay.
So that's the rumor anyway.
My 4060 Ti 16 gig. Yeah, so Big Bolt Mining, I got one of those right after King was saying they were good. And then after that, I never got rented with my 4060 Ti 16 gig. It's sitting over here. I swapped it with a 3090, and now my 3090's been doing pretty good.
Speaking of that, let me see if that even shows up on. I never even looked that up on Vast AI.
Rudeput said it's super. He's looked into it.
Oh my God, the unverified 4060 Ti's that are 16 gig, they make 5.6 cents. 5.6 to 5.8 cents per hour. That's not good.
So I always go in for my salad and I look at the processes and I look at the VMem.
Yeah.
For the longest time throughout the day, I'd come in and look, and the VMem would just disappear. And I remember Red Fox talking about that, where he would have to cancel or end the salable service.
Right.
And then the VMem would come back.
Yeah, I don't think that's working anymore. I don't think that works. I actually just tried that. Believe it or not, I just tried that today, and it didn't do jack.
So that's what I did beginning of May, and that's when I got everything rented. Was after I went through and did that. So I think they still have some glitches in their software. See, right now it dropped down. So my 4070 was doing like $1 or no, like $4. Now it's down to 0.0021, 0.0044. So it's still on a job, but that job decreased that much. So it almost makes me want to pause it, and then I'll reboot it. See if
I'm bringing up that window again because I brought up. It's now rented. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's making 0.004.
That's what I just showed. That's what I just told you.
Yeah, that is like, it's like, yeah, we'll make it look like you're doing something, I guess. So yeah, I hate it when it's on that job. Hate it. Well, at least I know it's alive at that point.
Yeah, Big Bolt. But I will tell you, Big Bolt Mining, if you want to get rid of your 4060 Ti 16 gig, they are going higher on eBay right now. So,
what are people using them for?
I have no idea. All the GPUs are up right now. Like,
well, yeah, I know, but you're saying more than what he bought them for?
Probably. I mean, I got mine. I think I wiggled it down to like 400 when I got off of eBay, and that was when King was saying that they were the secret sauce on salad.
Yeah, they were doing well, but not anymore.
So Big Bolt Mining said it looks like you got a CPU job, not a GPU. That's why.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
I stopped it and waiting for it to reboot here.
I know I do not do bandwidth sharing.
No.
I turned that.
No. I have all that stuff off. Like, and I felt bad because Modern Mining got into it and did a video. And like in his video, I'm like, you need to turn a bunch of that stuff off, buddy. So I messaged him after I saw that video.
Yeah, the mining and the bandwidth sharing need to be turned off.
Yeah. So I have his cell phone number, so I actually got a hold of him. I'm like, you got to change these right away. Because he started having issues with his internet service provider. They were like not letting him watch stuff. And he didn't understand why. And I'm like, you got to turn these off or you're going to get in trouble with your provider.
Yep. We have somebody on our link. I think it might have finally got shut off. But yeah, it was affecting our download and upload, but especially the upload. And he's like, yeah, this person is just like consistently maxing out their upload link. And I'm like, yeah, because they're bandwidth sharing, or they're backing up to an offsite cloud service or offsite NAS. I said that's the only thing.
And I told you that so on my machine, it was telling me that I had people from the Netherlands on there.
Oh, really?
So I could see what they were doing from Salad. Yeah.
Got it. Well, in this case, I said, because when he's like, yeah, it was funny because I went over there and he's like, they actually had a problem. So I had to disconnect their service anyway. And he's like, when I reconnected them, all that traffic was gone. And I'm like, that guy's bandwidth sharing. That's like basically bandwidth sharing through like a VPN type of thing. And I said, so basically he was a node on this VPN type service, this bandwidth sharing. And then when he went offline, everybody bailed and went to a secondary site to try to continue doing what they were doing. Mm-hmm. And I said, now if all this traffic comes back, which it did, I said, then you're going to know it's definitely bandwidth sharing, and that's against terms of service.
So right now, I rebooted my 4070, and that's in the Dell 5810. And I have vmem pulled up, and it is climbing on the memory.
Does it say it's loading a job?
It does not say that, but I can tell that it's
Is it over 2 gig yet?
Yeah, it is 2.011.
Yeah, see if it gets if it goes to 2.5, it should be a job loading then.
But like for the longest time, the vmem kept disappearing, and I'm like, I'm on the latest version, so I'm like, what?
Yeah, it does that normally. That's normal.
Is it?
Yeah. So it doesn't, just because it disappears doesn't mean it won't come back. All right. Well, I made it past midnight.
I was gonna say it's about time to wrap up.
It is.
I gotta get up at 7:15 so I can go golfing. It's supposed to be nice though, and then Tuesday we're supposed to finally get rain.
Cool. Yeah. No, I gotta go to work tomorrow after being off for Thursday and Friday. That's always rough.
Yeah.
I have like no idea what the volume is or anything. Hopefully we're in good shape when we come in, or when I come in. We don't have a stressful day on Monday. It's like Friday makes or breaks our next week, because if we're not far enough ahead on Friday, that means we're screwed on Monday, because Mondays are always heavy. So I don't know. Guess I'll find out when I go in.
Wow. Big Bolt Mining got his 4060 Ti 16 gig for 300.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you can make money now.
Probably, yeah.
He said he turned off CPU on all of his rigs, so he's only allowing the GPU.
Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of a waste to really even be doing that. At less than half a cent per hour.
Well, My 3090 fan just twitched. Well, I was sitting here looking at on my right screen here, and something just moved. And I looked over. I'm like, oh, my 3090 fan kicked on.
I mean, I had originally had all my 3090s on salad. Those were like my last ones that I had on there.
Well, you know, is it Paloxy or Paloxo that has all the GPUs? He works up with mining up in Wisconsin for that Laravic. He's one of the partners.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Meter mining.
Mm-hmm.
I got my 3090 off of him, the founder.
Okay.
I got a FE from him. So
how much? When was that you bought it from him?
January, February for 600.
Okay. You don't mind me asking, how much did you buy it for?
600.
Well, that's not bad.
No.
That's really good for that time period, because I mean, I know eventually went up to like 900 to 1,000. What those were going for.
Yeah, he said he was going to give me a deal, and I was like, I can't pass up 600.
Yeah, that is definitely a good deal. I know that's what I got. I got mine anywhere between $500 and $600. One was a guy who bought it off of EVGA with their B stock,
mm-hmm.
And I could tell because I'm like, oh, this is a B stock box. It's like, yep. He's like, but I've been running it for a year and a half and it's been flawless. I'm like, yeah, they usually are. So anyway, so I bought that one, and that one's not failed at all. Then I bought I still think the guy was sketch as hell. I don't know where he got it from, but a 3090 FE, and he did not bring the splitter cable with him. And then when I asked him about it, he's like, I sold that as is. Like, you're a dick. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one? 3 of them. I have 2 EVGAs. I'm not sure where I got the other EVGA from. I've
never had those. I've always just had Founders Edition or the 6700 XTs. And I have 2 580s. And I bought those from a buddy. He's the one that got me into mining in 2020.
Right, Rizzo. Well, that was 3 minutes ago, so he's probably gone.
I could still tag him when I just said night.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, we're going to call it a night. Thanks for everybody that has donated. I really appreciate it. Basically, we're at 5,000 and some change. Really appreciate it. I will be doing this sometime in the future. Not sure exactly when. Might do it in September for the Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, but haven't decided that yet. But again, appreciate all the support. Means a lot. I know it meant a lot to Sunflower Mama as well. So with that said, thank you very much. Thanks for keeping me company, Joker. Really appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
And with that said, here goes. Well, actually, I got a tagline, of course. No tabs were harmed in the making of this live stream. Have a good night, everybody.
Yep.